Sorry, can't quite catch you. Merry Christmas, season's greetings, goodwill and love and peace to all people. How about that? I am very happy to wish everybody season's greetings, whoever they are, wherever they come from. Love, peace, harmony, that's what we like. Thank you. Gentleman at the back. Paz people. Hello. Am I right in thinking that one of you is Jeremy? Lovely. And what's the other one's name? I should know, and I've forgotten.
Hello. Merry Christmas.
Please be seated. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, officers, members of the public, welcome all. Okay, just getting everybody sitting down. Okay. Good. Yeah, she knows where she's going. Good, okay. So, I now formally open this meeting on the 4th of December 2025. Welcome all. Starting out with the apologies for absence, agenda item 1. I have received apologies from councillors Brown, Dempster, Hopley, Keeble, and Morgan. Forgive me, and Councillor Richard Jeffries. Is anyone aware of anybody else who has apologies to give? No, I don't think so. Okay, if we could note those apologies, please. Now, a few people have mentioned to me that they, for various reasons, they have to leave early. Thank you so much for the courtesy in letting me know. Very much appreciated. So if you see people up and leaving, it's mostly that I know what's going on, but that will be happening. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Now, members of the council are reminded to declare any interest that they may have prior to any discussion taking place on that item. I don't know if the Director of Legal and Democratic Services has any more to add about dispensations.
Apologies, I'm just blocking the mic, Chair. Yes, we have a section on that as we get to the dispensation around armed forces. That's picked up on the agenda when we get to that item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, so sorry, Councillor Richardson.
No problem. Thank you, Chair. I just thought, because there were some questions about the railway, I'd just declare that I work for Network Rail.
Thank you for that, Councillor Richardson. Noted. Yep, noted. Lovely. Thank you. Okay. So, agenda item 3. Minutes. So, is the council agreed that I sign the minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of September, which was our last full meeting, which was not a special meeting, and the special meeting held on the 14th of November 2025 as a correct record? You'll have had these available both on the website and I think probably emailed to you all as well. Okay, is that agreed? Yep. I'm looking for more than 1 or 2 people to say agreed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Just give me a moment while I sign them. Thank you. Sorry, this may take some time. There's an awful lot of pages. Thank you for your patience with that. I don't think I've ever written my initials so often in one place, in one go, ever before. Anyway, so that one is done. So I'm going to move on to agenda item 4, which is the Chair's announcements. Okay. I have a number of announcements to make today. First is huge congratulations to Neve Hardy. Is Neve in the room? Oops, wrong person, wrong Neve. Neve Hart. So sorry. Anyway, she has been named the Advanced Apprentice of the Year. She's an Apprenticeships and Early Careers Administrator. She's a regional winner for the South West, and there's a ceremony being held there was a ceremony held in Bristol on Tuesday, the 30th of September. So congratulations to Neve Hart. She completed her level 3 business administrator apprenticeship earlier this year, achieving a distinction. Her dedication and growth throughout the programme has earned her a place as a national finalist. My second announcement relates to Sweet Violet's Bridge and the new link road project dubbed Dawlish's Missing Link, which has won the Under 10 Million New Build Award category in the recent ICE Southwest Civil Engineering Awards 2025 in Bristol. The link road and the 26-metre span bridge over the Shutterton Brook will improve local connectivity and reduce congestion. The judges said that the project overcame significant challenges, supported future growth and resilience, delivers lasting social, environmental and economic benefits for the community, and added that the project displayed exceptional balance of technical excellence, community engagement and historical sensitivity. Sounds fantastic. So I'd like to give just a quick clap for any of those people involved. Thank you very much. Thank you. So my third announcement is to congratulate Tyler Sluman, Business Intelligence and Analyst in the Education and Learning Early Help bit of the Council in Data and Intelligence, who has been recognised by University of Exeter with a Dean's Commendation following the completion of his Level 6 Digital and Technology Solutions Apprenticeship. The Dean's commendations for exceptional performance can be awarded to the highest performing students at each level of study. Well done, Tyler. And my fourth announcement relates to the Devon Bus Partnership, which has been recognised among the UK's best, taking silver in the Partnership for Excellent category at the UK Bus Awards 2025. This award celebrates the incredible teamwork between local authorities, major operators and smaller community-based companies, all working together to improve services, enhance passenger experience and deliver greener, more sustainable travel across Devon. Thank you very much. Okay. So, can I remind members that during this meeting, if you wish to speak, you need to catch my eye, even though you may have given me no prior notice that you want to speak. I will be keeping an eye out, as indeed will the Vice Chair of the Council and others. Contributions should add to the debate and not repeat what has already been said. And members are asked to turn off the sound function on your laptops, mobile phones, any other electronic equipment during a council meeting, as the noises can be quite distracting and make listening for people nearby quite difficult. We all have experience of these microphones now. We've got very long, they're on long bits. I don't know what the technical term for that is, stand or something. Please, when you speak, when I ask you to speak, can you stand up if you're able? Please indicate to me if you're not, and that's fine. And speak directly into the microphone. As I think we've demonstrated before, you can look around the room like this, but your voice still needs to be directed towards the microphone. If you look like this, then no one can hear you if you look like this. So I'm sure we're all fine with this, I'm sure. Can I make a plea to members to address each other as councillor and refrain from using first names? This is really in line with transparency processes and is of course part of the Nolan principles which we all adhere to as councillors and the council generally. And it's really so that members of the public who watch these meetings, either now or later, that they have every chance of understanding who we're talking to. I will do my absolute level best to get the titles of officers correct as well, which is something I can learn on. So just a quick note on that. I would like to remind members of the public, you are very welcome. First off, but that both officers and members need to use laptops and tablets to access meetings or papers for the meeting. So you may see them on the laptops. It will be related to this meeting. I would like to remind members that PAS, thank you very much for your help up there, are supporting our meeting today. Members, if required, can be supplied with a loop device or a device or an ear device or headset which can be connected to the microphone unit. If you have trouble hearing, please do indicate and actually go and have a chat with the guys at the back. They've installed some new equipment and are exploring all that kind of different equipment to make sure that everybody can hear. And as a reminder to everybody in the chamber today that this council signed up to the LGA Debate Not Hate campaign. While debating and disagreeing with one another is a healthy part of democracy, there can be a fine line between robust challenge and unacceptable discourse. It is the right engagement that matters. And if it is necessary to do so, and I really genuinely hope it's not, I will call out any insensitive or inappropriate language that I hear in the chamber today. Okay. And in the same vein, disorderly conduct in this chamber will not be tolerated. The Constitution lays out clear guidance for both members of the council and the public, and I will revert to this if necessary. I hope in the spirit of debate, not hate, that we have a cordial meeting with lots of healthy debate, acknowledging how our words may impact on others. Thank you. So, agenda item 5. Important announcements from the Leader and Cabinet. In line with Cabinet procedure rules, the Council can receive any important updates or announcements from the Leader of the Council and/or Cabinet members that cannot reasonably wait. Members of the Council will be permitted to ask a brief question in response to any verbal announcement made. It's a brief question rather than a debating point. And I understand that the Leader has an update for the Council on Ofsted and the outcome of the recent monitoring visit. A copy of the letter received from Ofsted is available on every member's desk. Councillor Brazil, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd say it gives me great pleasure to make the announcement about this Ofsted letter. Somebody remarked, I think the other day, that this was the best news that Devon had about children's services in about 15 years. And that is good news indeed. First of all, I'd like to thank many of the officers who've been heavily involved. Kelly sitting there up at the top, but Julian Worcester and Becky Hopkins have been absolutely paramount in delivering these improvements to service, as indeed have all our frontline staff, who are a wonderful group of people. We're very lucky to have them. They work with dedication and skill and professionalism to the best of their abilities, and that is beginning to shine through. I'd also like to thank all of you. I mean, this is a joint effort from the whole council. We chose to put children as our top priority in our strategic plan. We all chose to do that. We all supported that. And so I think we should all take credit, and you should all take credit, that is beginning to make that difference. And Councillor Ledbetter, as the previous leader for children's in the previous administrations, you know, thank you for everything that you did previously. We might have wanted you to do it a bit quicker, but there is no doubt that we are continuing the work that you started. So thank you for that. And my final point I would like to make, and that is to, and I am going to single her out, and I hope it doesn't embarrass her, and that is our Chief Executive, Donna Manson. Ever since Donna became Chief Executive here at Devon, she has been as determined as we have been to make sure that we get children's services right. And it is through that determination and hard work and passion that we know Donna has, that's why that is making a difference. So we've all played our part, absolutely, and thank you all for that. But I think, Donna, thank you for everything that you've done, because you really have made a difference. So I think it's great that we can go into Christmas with such good news about children's services. It's a start, and we just need to continue on that improvement journey. But thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Does any member have any questions on anything that has just been said? And Councillor Ledbetter? No, it's a question.
Chairman, thank you. Councillor Brill, thank you for your kind words, actually, and for mentioning me in that. Can I agree with everything you've said about the improvement in children's services? Like you, I had a passion for improving children's services in Devon. I worked very hard with that. At times we did go quickly, but we found that we actually have to have solid foundations. So without the solid foundations, you've got nothing to build on. And I, like you, pay tribute to our officers and to our chief exec for their incredibly hard work. So it's great that we're going in the right direction. I enjoyed my time doing it. I know we've got a great team of officers moving things forward. Things can only get better. And I ask you, do you agree with me? Thank you.
Yes.
Any other member have any more questions for the leader on this announcement? I mean, I think I might actually ask you a question, which maybe is probably procedurally incorrect, but I wonder, leader, if you wouldn't mind just for those people who are watching online to just outline what the news is, because they won't have read the documents. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me, for a number of years, Devon has not done well. It's been bad news when we've been inspected by Ofsted. We were at the bottom of the pile. As a result, that triggers a series of statutory monitoring visits from Ofsted to see how we're getting on. And this was the latest one that they had. And if I just read you the opening statement that it said in this letter, and I believe the letter is now in the public domain, so members of the public may want to put it, but I just think it says, political, corporate and operational leaders in Devon share a determination to improve services to care leavers. That's because this particular monitoring report was concentrating on care leavers. But it goes on to say, they are overseeing a much-needed programme of improvements across children's services. Leaders take their responsibilities as corporate parents seriously. They know that some care leavers have been let down and were not provided within the support, protection and services they need as children. That was one of the reasons why we failed our Ofsted report. This monitoring report says that is no longer the case. And we are beginning to deliver the kind of services that the most vulnerable children in our communities deserve. And I'm proud and delighted to be part of that, as I hope all of you as councillors and you know, in Devon as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That's hugely helpful. Thank you. So, moving on. Agenda item 6, items requiring urgent attention. There are none. So rapidly on to agenda item 7, petitions, questions or representations from the public. Before we start the public session, I would like to remind those attending and speaking today that representation should be factual. Statements should not include any personal comments or details of other individuals, including names. I refer back to my earlier comments that statements should not contain any offensive or vexatious language, and if inappropriate comments are made, I will ask speakers to stop. Whilst I'm not aware of any, I will ask if any member of the public has a petition for presentation to the council. Is this a petition, sir? Okay, thank you. So it doesn't look like we have any petitions from members of the public. There are no written questions from members of the public this time, but there are 3 representations which have been taken in order, the order in which they were received. Can I ask that questioners go to the microphone. These are not questions, these are representation, people who are making representations. Go to the microphone in the public gallery, which is, I think, is clearly there, so that the representation can be made. We will also use the clock that can be viewed on the wall, and we'll ask you to stop once 3 minutes have passed. So, clock there for clarity. First, we have a representation from Mr. Risley, who wishes to speak on quarry dust escape from Preston Quarry and to request the council take monitoring action. Mr. Risley, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. My name is Holland Risley. I live in King Stainton, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Save Our Trees campaign. On 20th of November this year, we filmed a Sibelco HGV leaving Preston Quarry, crossing a junction already coated in white clay and kicking up visible dust plumes on the public highway right next to King Stainton School. I personally witnessed the dust rising up to about 1 metre right alongside a safe crossing area. Google imagery shows the same white deposits on the roads over multiple years. This is not a one-off. Ball clay contains quartz up to 30%. And when it dries and is disturbed, it produces respirable crystalline silica, a group 1 human carcinogen linked to silicosis, COPD, and lung cancer. The DCC Southacre Dust Assessment ROMP document states that the smallest particles cause many health issues and can travel over 1 kilometre. Yet approved monitoring has been based on larger visible particles that affect, and I quote, public perception. Through EIR requests, I've been unable to find any evidence of current dust or silica monitoring on the school frontage or the settlement edge or on the Preston Hall routes. Right now, thousands of residents are living within a few hundred metres of that junction are potentially at risk. If dust is already escaping beside homes and a school, it's simply not credible to claim that quarrying even closer to the town and right alongside the New Cross housing estate can be run for the next 50 years with no significant release of carcinogenic dust into bedrooms where babies are sleeping. As Minerals Planning Authority, you are not just a bystander, you have the power to say that this location has become fundamentally unsuitable for intensive ball clay working. At the very least, existing permissions that have not been worked for decades, including around the rugby pitches and the fishing lakes, where quarrying permanently ceased over a century ago, should now be reviewed and, where appropriate, extinguished. In light of the evidence of ongoing dust escape, the lack of meaningful monitoring and the proximity of thousands of people, I'm asking you to treat this as a clear material change in circumstances and to move towards refusal of any forthcoming expansion and toward winding down historic mineral rights that are no longer compatible with a modern town. For full details, please see our full complaint letter with citations, which has been sent to the Planning Committee members. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that, and beautifully just in time. Thank you for that. I have no doubt there will be, that your comments will be taken on board by the council. Thank you. Second, we have a representation from Jenny Dingsdale, who wishes to speak on safeguarding relating to the motion later on in the agenda. Ms. Dingsdale, you have 3 minutes. Thank you, and welcome back.
Thank you. Hello again. So I'm here to talk to you again about the safeguarding dangers surrounding gender ideology. Councillor Hill is bringing a motion later to attempt to close a serious safeguarding loophole identified at the Out There Queer Fest at Exeter Library, which targeted minors and was extremely inappropriate. I beg you all, please forget your political differences and biases and work together to safeguard children effectively. Discuss and support this vital motion. Passing it to Cabinet would be a complete failure of your safeguarding duties, and I would like a list of any councillors trying to bury it in this way. The event which prompted his motion is one of many which demonstrate the lax safeguarding applied to LGBTQ+ groups. You would surely recognise the child catcher luring children with sweeties, but when it's an LGBTQ+ group doing so in exchange for children's contact details, everyone looks the other way. Some men will always use any weaknesses in safeguarding, and you have to stop ignoring this. Some of you may worry about upsetting people with a certain protected characteristic if you discuss this motion, so let me clarify. LGB refers to sexual orientation only, rightfully a protected characteristic due to the awful homophobia shown throughout history. As noted by the Supreme Court, the rights of same-sex attracted people cannot be protected without accepting the reality of a person's sex, so it fundamentally conflicts with those who believe in gender identities. T refers to gender reassignment, which is a separate protected characteristic that protects people identifying as trans from discrimination and harassment. It does not entitle them to special treatment as the opposite sex or exempt them from safeguarding. Q+ is not a protected characteristic, nor should it be. It stands for queer and other sexual identities or paraphilias, such as BDSM, furries, and minor attracted people. Queer is a movement aimed at the destruction of societal norms through the removal of boundaries and safeguarding. In the 70s, the Paedophile Information Exchange tried to use gay rights to argue for the reduction or abolition of the age of consent. Today, academics like Emma Reynolds argue that queering children involves the queering of generational boundaries of adult-child, sexual, asexual. You must stop using the LGBTQ+ acronym, prioritise safeguarding children, and recognise the dangers of the radical queer community. Support Councillor Hill's motion to improve safeguarding. Failure to do so puts children directly into harm's way and raises serious questions about your personal agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for sticking to the 3 minutes. Thank you. The third representation is from Mr. David Endicott, who wishes to speak on children in care and puberty blockers. Mr. Endicott, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Chair. I'm here today to urge you to act like responsible corporate parents for all the vulnerable children in Devon at risk of serious lifelong harm from Labour's proposed puberty blocker trial. Working together to safeguard children defines safeguarding as preventing impairment of children's mental and physical health or development. Puberty blockers stop one of the most important stages of children's physical, intellectual and emotional development, causing lifelong impairment to bone density, brain maturity, IQ, fertility and sexual function, as well as other health issues. Children cannot possibly consent to this, so their parents, carers or the local authority are expected to do so for the trial. Children in care were vastly overrepresented in the cohort of children who went through the Tavistock GIDS service, as were those with SEND difficulties and those who were growing into gay adults. This conversion intervention targets the most vulnerable children. You have a duty of care to protect Devon's children from such egregious harm. The trial was proposed by the Cass Review due to the poor quality of evidence currently available, but is clearly unethical to experiment on more children. The data already exists, it just needs to be collected and studied long term, which this trial will not do. Over 2,000 children have already been guinea pigs for this dangerous drug. Most of them will be known to local authorities in some capacity through an EHCP, being in care, and other matters. I think you should review all the data you already hold on this. Working together also states in section 40, information is sought, analysed, shared and broken down by protected characteristics to facilitate more accurate and timely decision making for children and families, and to understand outcomes for different communities of children. So it should be easy for you to find the information you hold on children with a PC of gender reassignment. You should find out how Devon's puberty blocker guinea pigs are now, keep track of them and the outcomes, and share this information with other local authorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Endicott. Thank you. So, thank you all three for your attendance today, and all of your representations have been heard by all members present. Thank you. So, moving on to agenda item 8, petitions from councillors. I understand there is a petition from Councillor Connett, which calls for a zebra crossing on New Road, Starcross, to serve the village primary school and wider community. And Councillor Connett and Councillor Gary Taylor, who is here. Is Gary Taylor here? No, just Councillor Connett. Please, could you come and present your petition and say a few words, should you so wish?
Well, Chairman, may I say a few words and then present the petition?
Most certainly you may.
Thank you very much. You have neatly summarised it, Chairman. The petition is just over 400 signatures. It's also supported by the head teacher at Starcross Primary School and the Ivy Education Trust, which the school is part of, and is also supported by Martin Wrigley, the MP for the Newton Abbot constituency and formerly of this parish. Starcross needs a zebra crossing on New Road, which is one of the main roads through the village. It is very busy and there is no safe crossing point for children going to and from the primary school, but it's also a road which needs to be crossed for about half of the village to be able to reach the communal playing grounds, the pavilion, the sports field. The A379, which is the main road through the village, is currently closed, has been extended now until the 23rd of December. Now that means all of the traffic is going down New Road, and it's just emphasised the need for the zebra crossing, and hence the rapid support of this petition, which took just a few days to pull together these signatures. And I invite the council's support and delighted to be able to present it to the leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Connett.
Leader. Sorry.
Councillor Trail.
Sorry, Chair. I wish to declare a declaration because my daughter-in-law is the head teacher of that school. Sorry about that.
And she's a very good head teacher as well, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Councillor Trail, and great to hear that your family's positive experience and work continues throughout the entire county. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Connett, for that. Okay. So, moving on, thank you very much for that. We have agenda item 9, questions from members of the council. There are 5 questions to members, from members to cabinet members. Questions and answers have been emailed out and published to the web, with some hard copies available in the chamber. Supplementary questions should be brief, no statements please, and we do have a time limit on this, which I shall be keeping an eye on. So first off, the first question is from Councillor Connett, and Councillor Brazil has given a written reply. Councillor Connett, do you have a supplementary question? Yes, you do. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very grateful to the leader for the response. Does he agree with me and understand my concern that for some children who started at Matford Brook in year 7, that they may actually complete their secondary education without actually being taught in the purpose-built and intended secondary school at Matford Brook, and that anything the council can do to speed the Department for Education in completing that building will be very much welcome. Thank you.
Councillor Brazil, Leader of the Council.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Connett, for that supplementary question. And yes, as in the original answer, absolutely we agree with you, and we will be doing everything we can to pressurise the Department for Education to get on with the building of the new school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question 2 is from Councillor Cox, and Councillor Thomas has given a written reply. Councillor Cox, do you have a supplementary question?
I don't. I'd like to thank Councillor Thomas for making the reply.
Thank you. I don't think any response from Councillor Thomas is needed to that. Thank you. Question number 3 is from Councillor Ledbetter, and Councillor Hodgson has given a written reply. Councillor Ledbetter, do you have a supplementary question? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank the Cabinet member for her response, but I respectfully request that she actually answers the question, because I asked how many meetings she had had with rail operating companies, Network Rail and the like. So I'd like that answer, please.
Councillor Hodgson, could you respond to that, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, of course, I can respond. I'll get a list for you and send it across. Just to say that there's been a lot of interaction with the rail operating companies, a lot of emails and conversations, because as we know, there's been a few difficulties in the last few months with the clay drying out between here and the Somerset levels. What's been going on with the flooding on the Barnstable line, so there's been a lot of interaction, and I'm more than happy to supply you with a list of the meetings I've attended and the conversations that have happened, if that's what you'd like to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Question 4 is also from Councillor Ledbetter, and Councillor Hodgson has given a written reply to that one as well. Do you have a supplementary question to that one? Okay, over to you, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the Cabinet member. People who travel to London on the train and further afield will know that the Wi-Fi is pretty appalling. And although journey times are important, if you can work on the train, it makes a big difference. So when I was the chairman, we were putting Wi-Fi in. That was many years ago. The Wi-Fi seems to have got worse. While I welcome this work, I just wonder when the other 89 trains are going to get the same fitted, same treatment, so they work.
Councillor Hodgson.
So obviously all good new interventions are benefiting, but will benefit from a trial. The trial kicked off about 2 weeks ago. It was at Paddington Station, where the operators with GWR plus the people who'd actually designed this new system. And this new system, just for interest, is like a pizza box that sits on top of the train, on top of the carriage. And that pizza box can pick up signals from all the mobile phones and all the satellite systems as it goes through. It was designed by McLaren, for McLaren race cars. And in fact, on the day of the launch, a lot of children were very excited to see a McLaren racing car sitting on the platform 8. And they are trialling it, as you can see in my response, which is going to happen for a few weeks. It's on one train at the moment, so there's a random chance that, it's only on the trains coming down to Cornwall at the moment, so it's a random chance you will actually have the benefit of it while it's ongoing as a trial, but obviously there'll be need to raise more funding to then implement it wider, but it looks very good at the moment. So it's a really interesting piece of work, and everybody was very excited that day on Platform 8.
Thank you. And question 5 is also from Councillor Ledbetter. I'm feeling a certain sense of déjà vu here. Councillor Hodgson has given a written reply. Do you have a supplementary?
I do, Chairman. Thank you. And I thank again Councillor Hodgson, the Cabinet member, for replying. I'm sure I talk for everybody in North Devon when we talk about the appalling conditions they've had to experience on the railway line quite recently. We know about the heavy rain, students were marooned, other people were marooned. Real problems. There was no information on the platforms about what was happening. Obviously, while health and safety is paramount, there's also severe overcrowding at all times. So it's not just at times when the weather is bad. So could I ask the Cabinet member what she's going to do to restore confidence in the network?
Thank you, and I share your concern. I went up to Barnstable fairly recently to look at the new work that's being put in and was taken around by the chair of our council, looking at the wider place at Barnstable and the new works that are going on for the interchange there to make it safer for people that do get the train and come out the other end and want to get on the bus, and they can access the bus and cycle routes safely. So that obviously will help with that. I fully understand what you say about the fact that the trains are overcrowded, and of course there is an issue because it's a single line route, so the trains can't pass at the moment, so that needs to be raised. But I actually have raised it myself anyway at recent meetings with the operators, and certainly it's something that we would hope to push forward. Unfortunately, you may or may not be aware that Peninsula Transport Board is now going to diminish within the next couple of years, and that's a new government initiative as they look at mayoral positions. But I don't think that will take away from the enthusiasm to do something better for the North Devon line up to Barnstable, and it's certainly something that I would feel is a strong priority. So it's not off the agenda, in fact it's top of the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Okay. So, Agenda item 10. So this is the framework decision on the Youth Justice Plan. For the purpose of the meeting, I'm assuming that everybody will have read the papers. So for this item, the Chair of Cabinet is to move into the well of the chamber, and officers too, perhaps? No? I've got it written here that the Chair of Cabinet is to move to the well of the chamber, to respond to any of the debate. Thank you. I'm not entirely sure why you have to move from there to there, but that's what it says. Thank you very much, Councillor Brazil. Okay, so this requires just, it's just one framework decision that requires approval of the Council today, is set out on the agenda. I will call upon the leader to formally move the adoption of the Cabinet recommendation at minute 54 relating to the adoption of the Youth Justice Plan and to formally present the item. So over to you, Councillor Brazil.
Thank you, Chair, and very happy to move the proposals for this item. Apologies, members. I thought that once the questions were over, that was going to be my bit, but unfortunately, Richard's not well. Sorry, Councillor Jeffries isn't well, so it means that I'm filling in for him. So you're going to hear a bit of me. Sorry about that. I was told to be brief, so I will be brief. This is a statutory duty that we have to do. The Youth Justice Plan we have to do annually is to sign it off as a whole council, so that's what we're doing here now. It's been to Cabinet, it's been signed off by our senior officers, so I hope that that will be enough for you, but obviously if there are any questions, please do ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader. So, can I ask, is there a seconder for this motion, please? Councillor Bickley, thank you. So, does anybody else have anything to contribute to this, or can we move straight to the vote? I'm looking for hands up. No? In which case, let's move straight to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much, Council. Clearly carried. So, moving on to agenda item 11, Council's commitment to fostering. The Council is asked to endorse the recommendations of the report, which highlights the Council's commitment to fostering services, recognising that foster carers provide vital care, stability and nurture for some of the most vulnerable children in our community. I now invite Councillor Jeffries to move the recommendations. Well, I would if he was here, but sadly he's not, so I'm guessing Leader of the Council. Thank you. Councillor Brazil.
Yes, happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bickley. Thank you very much indeed. Does any other member wish to speak on this item? Thank you, Councillor Ketchin. Sorry, Councillor Ketchin, please, over to you.
Thank you very much. Had a look at the strategy. I thought there was possibly a missing important element. I work in healthcare and I'm sort of very aware of what it's like to bring people on board to a service, to have them contribute. And there's often many barriers to people doing that. And I'm sort of feeling that one of the elements missing in this might be a very important element. Within the corporate parenting sort of, there's a Venn diagram of sorts, 3.4 on page 64, which talks about corporate parenting. And specifically says support and have changes to the processes around corporate parenting, which I think is very commendable. It says nothing to me about making things easier for people to become foster parents. And I would like to see something if the exec would so feel and the officers would so feel it valuable to look at an emphasis on reducing barriers to entry for new foster parents. I think if I sort of look to my healthcare background, I think anything that can be done to focus on simplifying processes for foster parents would be welcome, particularly human resources type recruitment hurdles. They're often quite a considerable barrier with sometimes questionable value added. So where things like child protection training being one of the sort of core elements can be very generic and actually quite a hindrance. So I'd just like to see some thought put to that, that barriers to entry can be reduced and it might make it easier for new foster parents to come on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ketchen. Next, I have Councillors Rogers, then Ledbetter, then Bell. Councillor Rogers, please.
Thank you, Chair. I thank Councillor Brazil for accepting the invite to Buckfast Lee, who want to get behind foster caring, because we in my division are determined to get more foster carers into Devon to support our vulnerable people.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. And Councillor Ledbetter.
Thank you, Chairman. Whilst I was a Cabinet member, I lived and breathed foster parenting for my 4 years. It really is vital. Not only is it the best place for children to be, but also it saves the council money as well, which we can use on other things, because the best place for a child to be is in a family, a loving family, in fact. So I share everything we're doing. I worked very hard with officers for 4 years to do our best. I recognise we can do more, and I think this is a very good step in the right direction. So anything we can do to promote fostering has got to be a good thing. I wholly endorse this project and this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ledbetter. Councillor Bell, you're next. Any others after Councillor Bell, please indicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Devon County Council currently offers a useful rebate on council tax at about 25% once somebody's been fostering for more than, a family's been fostering for more than 13 weeks, and 50% of the Devon County Council portion of the council tax once they've been fostering for more than 26 weeks. I know that in North Devon there's been a motion brought recently to increase the amount of council tax rebate given to foster families to recognise the work they do, and of course to cost neutralise it by the fact that if we improve fostering, we improve foster care, then we will be able to essentially save money in the long term, because children in foster care can often suffer problems, especially when they don't have stable fostering families. It'd be nice if the council could take this, if this could be rolled out wider across the rest of Devon.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Anybody else? Councillor Bickley, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak up for Councillor Jeffreys, who's not here today, unfortunately, would really be here if he could have been. This is really important to him. I just wanted to say about the wider context of encouraging a wider group of people to become foster carers is dealt with in the Cabinet paper that accompanies this. And I think that the whole service is being strengthened. And having been at a conference last week where the government minister was also talking about a national campaign, I'm really encouraged that we can all be online to get this really important movement brought to the forefront. So just wanted to speak up for Councillor Jeffreys. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Bickley. Any more before I move to the vote? Councillor Hodgson, thank you.
I would just say, as a former foster parent myself some years ago, it can be really challenging, but it can be unbelievably rewarding. And I'm very lucky to have a 36-year-old daughter who I fostered when she was 9. She's still part of the family. We'll be talking on Christmas Day. She usually would come home. So it's really something that you're investing for the long term if you become a foster parent. And it isn't easy, but it is really, really important. And it's the one thing that we can do for young people is to try and give them a safe home, either supporting and advocating to other people or even opening our own door.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Hodgson. Okay, I am now going to hand you back to Leader of the Council, Councillor Brazil, and then I'll move to the vote. Councillor Brazil.
Thank you, Chair, and it's very encouraging to hear the words of support here. Can I say to, because Councillor Ketchin, I was going to say Andy, which I mustn't. No, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, the reason why we're bringing this paper is partly because we've got a problem with recruitment in Devon, and we've realised that, and we've got to do something about it. So you're absolutely spot on with your comments. Can I just say that from our point of view, we're delighted that Councillor Julian is now our fostering champion, and we understand that this is a work in process. We haven't been delivering it as well as we should do. We must do better, and this is a start, but by no means a finish. So if people and councillors want to add areas where you think we can improve, absolutely, we're very much open to that. It would be absolutely fantastic if every single councillor could recruit one foster carer for Devon. It would make a massive difference. As Councillor Ledbetter says, it's the best place for a vulnerable child to be is in a family environment. And unfortunately, because we don't have enough foster carers, we're having to send our children out of county and often into residential places, which is just not good enough. So this is a crucial part of that jigsaw along the children's services improvement. So you go to all your parish councils, well, some of you do, or you know, you will speak to lots of people. If you could take that opportunity to push this and say, you know, have you ever thought about being a foster carer? We're going to be doing training on recruitment and other such activities. So and you've all got a nice smart blue bag on your desk, which has got which will hopefully be an aid memoir to you, so that when you're at a parish council, highlight it. I think, as Councillor Hodgson said, it can be an incredibly fulfilling thing to do. And we've got a lot of wonderful people who live in Devon, and it would be great if we could actually bring them on board and make them foster carers for the future. So I'll leave it there, but just to say that it's, you know, this is another piece of that jigsaw in children's services. And I know Councillor Julian is passionate about it as well. So looking forward to working with him and delivering the plan that we want to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Julian didn't indicate he wanted to speak previously, but now having been mentioned, I will give you that chance. Thank you. Although normally I would ask you to speak during the item rather than after the leader has spoken. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously my finger wasn't big enough, that's what's happened there. I'd just like to, I must wave then. I thank all the councillors for voting me as the foster champion. And I'm going to take this forward. I think we need more foster carers, certainly 30 plus. We've got to now have in place something to encourage the foster carers to, you know, give them an incentive to do the job. It is a very, very challenging, as our Chair said, very challenging. It is, you know, they've come from a sad place, and we've got to make it better for them. And if we can make it better for them, so as they get older, then they will be that much better and get into society, and it'll be fantastic. And we do want to keep them in the county. We don't want them all over the place. We want to keep them here, and we have non-for-profit foster carers. We want to keep that. The profit ones we don't want, because it's costing the county too much money. And I feel, with all of us together, and I don't mind going to any parishes to promote this, I have no issues whatsoever, because I am very passionate to look after our most vulnerable children. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Julian. And actually, just for the avoidance of any doubt, if you want to speak, you need, you know, actually any of you, you'll probably indicate clearly, and you will get a nod either from me or my vice chair. And if we haven't noticed you, wave your arms at us or something. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to move to the vote on that item now, please. All those in favour? I think that looks pretty fairly carried, but any against? Nope. Any abstentions? Nope. Thank you very much indeed for that, Council. Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Okay. So, agenda item 12, Cabinet member reports. Now, Cabinet members who are due to report at this meeting will be invited to speak and to present their report, which have all been circulated with the agenda. Then I will invite other members to speak and or to ask questions on the content of the report and presentation. The Cabinet members will then speak to sum up after all questions and points have been made by other members. So for those members who are giving their reports, I'd like to invite you to come down to the well at the beginning. The first being Councillor Bickley, Cabinet member for Send. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Bickley, Cabinet member for Send, has written a report on the important matters within her service which have been circulated with the agenda, and joined by... I'll introduce that, don't you? Okay, you can do the introductions. Lovely, thank you. Over to you, Councillor Bickley. Thank you. I just don't know your title. I'm so sorry.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, Councillor Bickley, hello, one of 3 Cabinet members for Children's Services on the Council. My focus is Special Educational Needs and Disabilities, or SEND. And I'm here today with Kelly Knott, the Strategic Director for SEND. We are delighted to introduce this report, which reflects the first 6 months of my time as Cabinet member. At first glance, with only 3 sets of meetings mentioned, you might be forgiven for thinking that not much has happened and we are twiddling our thumbs. But nothing could be further from the truth. SEND is an incredibly complex area, with interlocking systems that have required significant work to understand and help to improve. Relationships and trust had broken down over the past years, and rebuilding these by visiting schools, engaging with all our partners, has been a key focus. During this time, I have visited multiple schools, held conversation with SENCO's head teachers, attended numerous briefings with our senior leadership team, attended voluntary group workshops and meetings, and participated in local government association training events and conferences to learn from best practice and challenges at other councils. The team has not wasted a second. I've also spoken to many parents, including attending an open meeting in Tiverton with families and their MP. These discussions are never easy, but they are essential. The system has been failing families for too long, and we are committed to putting children at the heart of everything we do. Children's Scrutiny Committee have been very helpful at widening this reach, with an event just this week to hear more lived experiences and bring them in front of the senior leadership team. Work continues with our Parent Carer Forum to help them widen their reach to all parents who need help and to rebuild their confidence in a system that has failed to protect them while they work alongside us to improve our offer. Our administration, the Chief Executive and our dedicated staff at all levels and partners are working tirelessly to fix Devon's SEND system and its interlocking early years, education and public health remit. This is not a quick fix, especially within a national system that has become incredibly adversarial. We are anticipating the government's white paper on national reforms, and while the recent budget referenced SEND costs being passed to central government, there is still no clear guidance on how that will happen. For years, the system has set parents against the council, and the council has not worked effectively with its partners. I hope you can see from this report that we are now on a different track. We are turning the massive ship away from the rocks and back onto the right course. Now we need all partners, education, health, and most importantly, parents, to collaborate and to listen and to move forward as quickly and effectively as possible. We need to find the right places for the right children in the right areas, and our sufficiency strategy to address this will be coming to Cabinet next week. We need to work with schools to ensure they are truly inclusive, where every child feels they belong, and we need to improve our communications so that they are clear, effective and timely. Our health partners are addressing diagnosis issues and to get early help in where it is needed to avoid problems escalating. Joined-up thinking is fundamental, and moving to a needs-led rather than a diagnosis-led system will take a massive shift in culture across the system. The management team and myself are always responsive to questions and queries about our improvement journey. We would be happy to provide another masterclass event for members who want to hear more about the work underway, if there is a wish for that. There is an enormous amount of work to do and significant risk involved in not getting it right, but we are ready for the challenges ahead to develop a sustainable, robust system that works for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bickley. So, does any member like to speak or ask questions on this item of Councillor Bickley? I'm looking for hands. I have Councillor Bell. Anyone else? And Councillor Ledbetter and Councillor Hodgson. Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Excellent report, and I believe things are going very well. Certainly, talking to as a parent of children who do attend a school and have friends with special educational needs, I hear that there is good work happening, and I do see that things are starting to improve for the majority of children who have special educational needs. There are still some who are being left out, and I think obviously we need to double down and make sure every child is represented, and I know that we will get there. The one thing I would like to say though is, you mentioned communication. I think that while parents are seeing the improvement, I don't think we're not really communicating well enough what we are doing to the parents. I know that we're all seeing what we're doing, and we all get the very nice emails being sent to our council boxes, and we share those things, but I don't think we really get the news out to people of what's happening and why things are changing, and I would love to see that addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell.
Yeah, we can answer one at a time. That's all right. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Bell. I appreciate that completely, and it's something that I do bang on in every meeting, that our communication needs to be much more joined up and much more coherent. Our newsletter for Send Parents, I hope that you will point that to everybody. We've got about 3,000 people now opening that, and it's got actually a really high rate of being open, so it is starting to improve. And I think schools are telling me that now there's more relevant information in it. It is starting to be trusted again, and so we need to grow that newsletter list. The website, our local offer, that's being updated, and I'm looking at ways that we can make that more approachable for parents, because there's a huge amount of information on there. Not all of it is relevant or up to date, and it does need quite a bit of hefty work done to it. But we're looking for innovative ways to make that more digestible for parents. So yeah, if we can, I'll get the link out to all members. Perhaps we can get that out to our Send Parents and really getting them looking at the newsletter, because it is getting much better, but there is still lots of work to be done, like everything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bickley. Councillor Ledbetter.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Cabinet Member, for your report. I'm delighted to hear things are going so well. I wonder if you could just bring me up to date with a few things. The predicted overspend for this year on SEND, could you please confirm what that is, and also what you are predicting might be next financial year, and what work is undergoing to bring it under control? Thank you.
Councillor Bickley, would you and your officer like to take this now, or take the second question following that?
I think we're going to have to come back to you with a written response on, because there's lots of negotiations going on currently that I'm not able to talk about at this moment, but I'm hoping there'll be some information coming out soon. So, but well, yeah, we're looking at 50 million for the year. It's very hard to, sorry. Yeah, right, 57 million. At month 6. Yeah, I know, it's very difficult. We are obviously overspending. I think the last year's budget probably wasn't reflective of where we would be at this point. And there's some things that we haven't been able to make the savings that we were hoping to make. Sometimes something to do with various projects that are not being not quite coming to fruition where we hoped they would be by now, but that isn't actually our fault. But there are lots of discussions regarding the safety valve, sufficiency challenges, lots of schools that should have places open now that aren't, so we can't make the savings that we were hoping for. But I can get more information to you as and when I get it, if that suits.
May I just ask, so will your plan for bringing it down be written in writing as well?
Well, we have the safety valve agreement, which I know conversations are being raised about how to follow through with some of the items that are on that we can't deliver. Sorry. So yes, and one of the SEND transformation programme talks about the sufficiency problems, and we'll just have to get a written report to you. I'm not really following what Kelly's writing here. Can I do that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I think a written report and an update. Thank you very much for that. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Hodgson. If anybody else would like to ask a question, please indicate, because if not, I'm going to move on to the next Cabinet member after Councillor Hodgson and the response from Councillor Bickley. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, you might not have an answer to this, but anyway, but just ask the question. As part of your review and redesign of the service, a lot of questions have arisen with me because of my role with public transport about how we get these youngsters to and from the places that they go to for their schooling. And obviously, queues of taxis create question marks about, is this sustainable? Is it, is it good for, also, is it good for the youngsters to be travelling on their own and long distances? So I would hope that maybe there's something that could be taken into consideration, which is something I was introduced to just 2 or 3 weeks ago at a conference called Special Way of Designing Routes. I'll share that with you, but I think it might be something that one thing that we might crash into is whether or not schools, local schools, will be able to take youngsters with special needs if they haven't got space in the classroom or if they've got academies. And I just wonder if you're looking at all of that sort of bigger picture stuff as well as part of the review, or is it, is that later steps? Because I think that if potentially, if it was prioritised, could save us a lot of money.
If you can send me whatever you've got, that would be very interesting. And we've got lots of ways that we are looking at this with our sufficiency challenges that we have at the moment. We obviously don't want children to be going on taxis across Devon to get to the right school for them. We want the right schools to be much closer to the children's community, not just for the reason for saving money, but it does seem insane to have taxis going all over the place to take children where we want to have the resource bases, SEND hubs, special schools in communities. We've got that great Tavistock hub, which is fantastic if we could replicate that model. Anything to get the care for the children in their community, that would be my aim. We're working closely with MATS to try and develop some programs where we can have, like for example, the one with Ted Rag Trust working with the Special Partnership Trust to try and develop these ideas further. So yeah, I mean, we absolutely need to have more conversations across our portfolios to try to eliminate that. But I mean, it's an enormous drain on finances for one thing, which could be much better spent on Devon schools.
Thank you, Councillor
Maybe
Bickley.
happier children as well out of it too. Happier children as well at the end of it.
Thank you. Councillor Biederman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Cabinet Member and officers, for all you're doing. Your enthusiasm coming into post, new to post, has been incredible. So I'd like to congratulate you on that. I've seen you and worked with you as the Chair of Children's Scrutiny, and I think, I think the important thing to crack this is getting early help to young people, isn't it? I think for too long, for many, many years, we've sort of tried to deny children that early help, and that's probably why we're seeing those high spends now coming through the system. So I just really, my question, I guess, or plea is that we no longer are Devon Says No. We are Devon trying to work with young people and children and families to make that happen. And I know that is what yourself and the leader have spoken about, because I think we are seeing those overspends are as a result of denying children that early help, and we end up picking up an expensive bill come the end. So let's keep that good work going, and thank you for all you're doing.
Yeah. Councillor Bickley, do you want to respond to that?
I just wanted to say thank you for that, Councillor Biederman, and that's actually answered my question from Councillor Ledbetter much better than I did, but having a chance to have a thought, thinking about the plans going forward, I think everything we're doing is with an eye on the bottom line, but obviously the main point is about the children, and I just think for a long time decisions have been made without planning for how it's going to go in 5-10 years' time, not looking at the data coming through, not looking at our needs. And that's what we're trying to do now. We're trying to get strategies in place which will make us much, much more effective going forward, knowing where our children are, knowing where the disabilities or the special need is in an area, and making sure that we have sufficiency in that area at the right cost, with money staying in Devon schools so that they're not going to private people who are taking profit from our children directly. And I think that with those foundations that you spoke about earlier, putting those foundations in, getting that right, getting the information coming from finance to us directly so that we can make informed decisions within a national context where SEND is a massive financial burden for all councils, I think we are heading in the right direction. We're certainly keeping a lid on our overspend so it isn't increasing at the rate that it was, which when you compare to other councils around the country, that's quite unusual now. So I do think we're going in the right direction. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, excuse me, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Bickley. And lastly, Councillor Connett, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to thank the Cabinet member for her report. And she might agree with me that the position the Council finds itself in financially regarding SEND overspend isn't unique. Practically every council in the country which has SEND responsibility will have a significant overspend. And this council in the previous administration, if I remember rightly, agreed with government the safety valve payment of £91 million over 9 years. And that may sound a lot of money, but it's been gobbled up almost quite quickly. And that's a 9-year contribution. That was agreed by the previous Conservative administration. My own personal view that it wasn't the best deal that Devon could and should have got, given the enormous burden in Devon on the financial strain of the council. I think I heard in an earlier contribution, Chairman, and the Cabinet member may be able to help me with this, and the Cabinet member, I think, said that some of the savings that were identified in the last budget, which was the previous administration, may not be able to deliver. That in itself is not unique, is it? Because in previous years, the Council has not delivered the identified savings when it comes to budget. But that savings themselves are a dynamic and changing process. So it's not a surprise to me that the Cabinet member can't detail every line of budget saving that's being made now, Chairman. Overridingly, I hope the Cabinet member will agree that the government could do more and sooner, but has in effect, as I recall, pushed back its SEND strategy by about another 2 years, leaving councils, local government to pick up the slack for children who desperately need our help. That's as I understand, Chairman, but that may be subject to correction from a Cabinet member. But I think the Council, as we heard from the leader on the letter from Ofsted, is turning the ship around from an awful place beforehand to an improvement. And I welcome the Cabinet member's thoughts. Thank you.
Councillor Bickley. Thank you, Councillor Connett.
Yeah, I think the statutory override is now pushed so that we can keep the deficit off of our balance sheet until 2028. So that's one part. I think the white paper is not what you're talking about. That's still early next year. They're still talking about that. I went to a briefing last night online, which is for parents and anyone involved in SEND, about from George Gould, the MP, I think she's the Education Secretary, talking about the future of SEND. There wasn't any specific plans. We're definitely moving in the right direction with all of our strategies. We know we're doing the right thing. There's just still no concrete plan about what to do about the deficit. You know, I think we just have to keep going, knowing that we're doing the right thing, having faith in our officers and in our strategies and in the belief that we're doing the right thing for families. And we have to keep demanding that they give us some clarity. But, you know.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I think that's all we need. So thank you. So I would be grateful if we could just note the report and thank Councillor Bickley and officers. Thank you. So next we have Councillor Arnott, who is the Cabinet Member for Local Government Reorganisation and Water Quality. Councillor Arnott has written a report on important matters within his service, which has been circulated with the agenda. So, Councillor Arnott, would you like to present your report, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, very much. Members, I wondered what could be better after what I believe has for some of you been a heavier lunch than normal, than perhaps 45 to 60 minutes from me on local government reorganisation. If that's what you want, please raise your hands. Okay, that's 2 of you, 3, 4 of you.
Councillor Arnott, I'm afraid you only have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Don't worry, I only need one. Members, I'm joined here, and I've been grateful for the co-work for the last 6 months with Kerry Denton, who you'll know is our Director of Performance and Partnership. As you'll have read in the report, we have met just about everybody in Devon, outside Devon as well, in considering the submission that went in last Friday successfully. And that was the result of an extraordinary amount of work from across all the membership, for which I would like to thank all of you who contributed, including group leaders and individual members, and of course particularly all of the officers. And I'd also like to reflect, and I think as the leader did when we last discussed this, that this amount of work from officers and members has happened across every council in Devon. And although we may not agree with all of the other proposals that have gone in, they have gone in, and it's now down to the government. I've got a very few supplementary observations, really. First of all, that where are we now? Well, so the news this morning from the new minister in the MHCLG was that she was going to cancel the mayoral elections due for next May in Essex, Hampshire and Solent, Sussex and Brighton, and Norfolk and Suffolk. This is no surprise. I make no allegations of that happening because the party in government were fearful of losing those elections. I don't know if that's the case, but it is emblematic of what has been going on in this process, which, after all, we were only advised this time last year that we would have to undergo. So the big item we were meant to be doing in the government's manifesto was around devolution and strategic mayoral authorities. They then gave us the Christmas gift last year that actually they wanted us to do full-scale local government reorganisation across England. And I think that the way in which all of the councils and the membership have risen to the occasion to meet those exam questions, I would contend that 3 of the submissions from Devon do not meet the exam questions, by the way, because they do not consider the entirety of Devon. But I am certain that ours, 911, does, and also I think the 451 does as well. There are differences of opinion about aspects of those submissions. I think the others manifestly don't cover the whole of Devon because they leave a rural and coastal rump, which is almost by definition non-viable. So moving on to what next with the mayoral strategic. Where it lies at the moment, as you've just heard, is that the government has got an appetite for postponing these things. We have a cunning plan. We already have a combined county authority that's Devon and Torbay. Not long ago, Plymouth were keen to come into that, just over a year ago. We are getting signals now from Plymouth that they would like to come into that combined county authority. If Plymouth did come into that combined county authority, that would give us a footprint, we understand, for the Secretary of State to use a statutory instrument to take that combined county authority into a mayoral strategic authority with one leap. And that, to me, is what we should do next. Now, if we can't achieve that from the Secretary of State, then the question that the leader and I would want to consider coming back to you with early in the new year is why, in the name of everybody, are we doing local government reorganisation at all? It doesn't make any sense. However, we've answered the exam questions as asked, and it's now over to the Secretary of State. In the other part of my portfolio is water. And I often say that if I were to call a meeting in Collerton, my hometown, to come and meet me, well, perhaps nobody would come. Come and meet me for some mince pies, you might get 2 people would come. Come and meet me for mince pies to talk about local government reorganisation, that's back to nobody coming at all. Come and meet me to talk about water quality in the River Collie, and I pack the town hall. You don't even need the mince pies. So where we're going to move towards in the new year is a water conference that we plan for this summer, maybe early in the summer, maybe early in the autumn, in which we bring all of the stakeholders together who have any involvement in water at all. We're not looking to persecute anybody involved, any of the obvious suspects. We're looking to bring forward a plan together that can address the problems we've got. And as part of that work, some officers have been working on what I hope is quite a definitive document that we'll bring forward to Cabinet in the new year, which is, you might call roughly everything we know about water in Devon. And that is something I hope will then be a stimulus for all members to get involved in that discussion. And so, Chair, I think that covers my portfolio, and I'm very happy, Chair, to take any questions, comments, or, of course, in the normal way, abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. First to speak, or ask a question, is Councillor McGough. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Councillor Arnott, I class you as quite a forthright man who likes a challenge, to get a little bit between his teeth. I give you a good challenge here, sir, please. It's really important to me. Being a local member for the Northern Division, I have Northern Boroughs, which is a landfill tip site. Now, it's redundant. It was put in there by Devon County Council and Torres District Council. Historically, it's always eroded into the sea, the Torres Estuary. It's a man-made disaster waiting to happen. The lovely quangos of Natural England, the Environment Agency, and the local authorities, everyone seems to be washing their hands of it. So if you've got something in the new year, please add this to your plan in the new year, because if this goes into Torres Estuary, it's a man-made disaster, and it's going to be absolutely catastrophic to our area. This really needs to be addressed. It's straight on the end of the estuary, and for decades it's been eroding. No one's tackling it. We keep raising it. The coastal defences are nearly worn away at this section. We need help from central government. And if you would please put our case forward to central government, we need funding for this, because Devon's budget alone, regardless of any previous debts, you can probably double that to what you need to actually cap this tip off, remove this tip. It's a man-made disaster. We need help with this, sir. And while we're on it, South West Water, right to them as well, because constantly discharging sewage into our Bideford Bay, it's unacceptable. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor McGough. I think the site is owned by Torres District Council. It's not something I'm particularly familiar with, but I'm very happy with my colleague, the portfolio holder for the environment and the portfolio holder perhaps for rural affairs and farming, to have a discussion with you after this and see if we can make any progress with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've given the Cabinet member advance notice of this question. He's covered it partly in the response there, so stealing some lines from me, but I'll still continue. Following today's news that 4 new mayoral authority elections are being delayed, and the earlier news that whilst Surrey is being divided into 2 new A's, there is no undertaking to create a strategic mayoral authority. Does the Cabinet member agree that the only element of local government reorganisation / devolution is the devolution of powers and funding that comes from central government, which only happen when a mayoralty is in place? As you're aware, we belong to a CCA. There are only 2 in the country, Devon and Lancashire, so it's not the most popular option and called foundation stage. So therefore I continue. If there is not a clear timescale for the introduction of a mayoral authority for Devon linked to the creation of the new Devon UAs, do we need to work with other councils in Devon prior to the transfer of powers to the new unitary structure to consider how the existing CCA needs to be reconstituted? This will enable the powers already transferred to the CCA to be continued for the benefit of Devon residents. Thank you.
Councillor Arnott, please.
Yes, and thank you, Councillor Mitchell, and thank you for advance notice of your question. I would have made my comments anyway, but I'm grateful for you for bringing them back as well. Great minds think alike. Yes. Oh, sorry, I'm not often inaudible, but I seem to be now. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. So, yes, this is very serious, and as ever, it's an evolving picture. So we heard last week, I mean literally this time last week, that Cornwall felt that it somehow had its own bespoke deal moving forward. So Cornwall has made it clear, and I have no quarrel with them about this, that they don't want to go east of the Tamar. They do not wish to be in a strategic mayoral authority with Devon. And that seems to be a very settled political position. And what at the weekend it seemed was, okay, so that's Cornwall out of it. So that makes the case for us using the instrument of the CCA for moving forward at speed for our own strategic mayoral authority. And I entirely agree with Councillor Mitchell that we would need to rethink an awful lot of stuff if we can't deliver that. And the problem is, from Cornwall's point of view, is that I don't think they've actually landed this deal, as far as I'm aware, with the government yet. I think there's, and Perrin Moon, speaking on BBC Politics Southwest on Sunday, as the local Labour MP, was slightly infuriated that his leader of the council had basically said, we've got our own deal. I understand it's still being negotiated. However, for the sake of argument, if Cornwall do have their own deal, well, first of all, that is only as a foundation authority, which is one down from a strategic mayoral. Will that be enough for them? But if they are, if they're getting it and they're happy with it, then we should motor ahead with our mayoral authority as soon as possible, using, as I said earlier, the CCA as the vehicle for that.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Trail.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Arnott, for your support, especially down in Exmouth, with the water pumping station at Fear Park and also my colleagues over at Mare Lane. I'll be keeping an eye on it on a daily basis and passing the information on. However, what we do have in my particular area, the ward, which is Exmouth, Woodbury, Salterton, Livingstone and Exton. We've got over 11 major planning applications. They're all coming in separately because of the local plan, lack of year supply. I understand that we can't have those planning applications to go all together, that they have to be looked at individual basis. But with all these applications that are coming in, with over 1,100 houses coming into the area, as a whole, the amount of water and sewage that is going to be moving from the north right down into the X Trail is going to be absolutely catastrophic. During the week, in most areas, we had massive rainfalls. We've got a new link road that's going from Holland Road down into the 376. Unfortunately, we had a massive leak that went into the Watton Brook, which has been reported by a resident, to the Environment Agency. But my question is, with all this getting to the point, is what are you doing with regards to the Environment Agency and their enforcement teams to get out and about and enforce farmers and development contractors to make sure that we're not having the runoff that is coming onto our roads, into our drains, into the water system and into our fantastic River Exe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Trail, for that. And as he knows, yes, I've been going down to Exmouth a lot. Strictly speaking, this is a role, as I'm sure he knows, for the local planning authority, which is East Devon District Council. And although I'm not the leader there, I'm not captain planning. East Devon District Council received, was it this week or last week? I just can't remember. A water report from Royal Haskoning, which we had been awaiting for 3 years, which was giving the definitive picture of the capacity for water and in relation to development across East Devon. And South West Water played the most extraordinary role in resisting giving the necessary information. So we've got to a position at East Devon where the 19A submission, 19B submission, Reg 19B submission to the local plan, to the planning inspector, and the water report were being debated on the same day. Now, I'm very concerned, and we will get to the bottom of this at East Devon District Council, that there was another report under the previous administration about 15 years ago that explicitly warned of the risks in the Exmouth area of overdevelopment. So I will be working very hard, I know it's there, I've seen it, to bring that into the public domain in East Devon, and I think that will inform the debate moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Eade, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, so the report talks about local transport functions transferring to the new Combined Council Authority from as early as April next year. We're looking at options for joint governance and funding. So I can ask what specific governance models are being looked at, and in particular, will county councillors have guaranteed representation and voting rights on the new decision-making body? And what accountability routes will this council retain if, say, we're not happy with decisions made by the new authority?
Okay, no, thank you for that question, and I'd be more comfortable answering that if I had the Chief Executive, Sean Anstey, of the Combined Council Authority with me. So if it's okay, I'll check with Sean and come back to you with a written answer on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Wainwright, and I'm still looking for other people if you'd like to ask questions. Councillor Rake and then Councillor Hayward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions for Councillor Arnott, one on water quality and one on LGR, both in relation to parish and town councils. The first one is I'd like to thank Councillor Arnott, who attended and addressed the first ever Salcombe Division Parish Assembly, where all 16 of my parish councils and town councils came together to hear what the impact of the unitary authority might be for them as parish and town councils. And I feel that there have been a lot of very intense negotiations at county council level and district council level with regard to local government reorganisation, but insufficient debate at parish and town councils. And there was a considerable appetite at the meeting on Saturday, the 29th of November, immediately after all the boundary recommendations went forward, about parish councils looking towards general powers of competence and how they might be best represented on neighbourhood area committees. My question to you, Councillor Arnott, is to what extent do you think other county councillors here would be able to serve their communities well by getting their parish and town councils together in the same way? Because I feel they are the foundation of our local democracy. The second question again, and I refer to colleagues here, with regard to water quality. Again, I'd like to thank Councillor Caroline Lever, Councillor Paul Arnott and Councillor Julian Brazil, who attended the Blueprint for Rivers conference, which I held again in my division. And we brought forward the concept of catchment water quality groups. So I think this really is something that councillors who visit their parish and town councils every month, I hope, have got a role to play. And how can we fulfil that and make sure that our parish and town councils are involved in both water quality and neighbourhood area committees to make our reorganisation work better? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hodgson. Thank you, Chair. Yes, and I would genuinely applaud Councillor Hodgson for what she's done here. Councillor Wainwright, Councillor Hodgson, I'm sorry, Councillor Wainwright, because in a way she has taken her own initiative to set up 2 meetings in her community, one about water quality and one about what next as far as parish and town councils are concerned. And that's been very helpful, I hope, to the local people there, but also as a model for how and we can communicate this, Louise and I, to everybody about the way in which you may all wish to communicate with your communities. But the next phase for all of us as members and as a council is consultation, and we will have advice from central government, the district councils, the county council will have advice from government in the new year, as they say, on which ideas they wish to consult on. They will tell us how they wish those consultations to be made, but we shouldn't lose time. And certainly I know last night East Devon had a meeting with parish and town councils on the subject of assets. And this is incredibly important to a lot of councils. I keep using the same maxim, make sure your eyes aren't bigger than your tummy. You may be tempted to take on your town's theatre or something, but, you know, for a parish or town council, you can only raise the precept so far. So this is a big subject. It is absolutely be central to the work of this portfolio in the new year going forward. And again, I thank Councillor Wainwright very much for bringing this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Next is Councillor Hill.
Councillors, Chair. This is a follow-on from Councillor Trail's question about the sewage systems. So the question is, and I think I know the answer to it, is Devon County Council able to stop planning applications when local water treatment is at or near capacity? Now, I've researched the answer to this question, and I believe that the answer is no, which is why I've set up a government e-petition that I want to make everybody aware of, because it only needs another 5,000 signatures. And it is basically to make it law for water companies to object when sewage systems are at or over capacity for local planning applications. For example, in Exeter, in the Exeter area specifically, we have tens of thousands of houses being built in this area, but there's no prior upgrade to the sewage system at Countess Weir. So all of this extra sewage is going to go into a system where the sewage water overflows already open as soon as you feel the first tiny drop of rain. So I'd like all the councillors in this room to be aware that this petition just needs another 5,000 signatures for an official government response on this issue, and that it'll be put onto the radar in Westminster and hopefully become law if it actually one day gets debated. After this meeting, I'll email it to all councillors, and you could post it on your social media, so it would be really useful.
So thank you, Councillor Hill, and yes, by all means, everybody sign the petition. So where this actually sits with planning authorities is that they have a small amount they can do at the moment via these things called Grampian conditions. Again, these are opaque, these are controversial, but they can, in theory, refuse a planning application if they are aware and cognizant that a new development can't cope with what's going on with sewage, or perhaps it will cause some other form of harm. These are very hard to apply through the planning process, and they're quite likely to lose, sometimes win, at appeal. So you do have that as an existing method. I entirely agree with Councillor Hill in terms of this being an endemic problem. The truth is we've known about it for 20 years in Devon, as it's been known across the country. And this isn't political, but the tragedy is, as we know, the privatisation of the water industry. It was catastrophic. You could see what would happen. You could see that who guards the guardians, all those questions apply. So the question is how we as a county can use our voice, districts use their voice, to go to government and say the system must be changed. how Ofwat regulates must be changed, how the boardroom structures work in these water companies must be changed. But until there is a motivation in companies like South West Water to actually ensure that there is capacity and that they will, the problem being that they are not statutory consultees. So when it comes to a planning application, we as Devon County Council, we're a statutory consultee, as you all know, on highways. You can't build this because the road will go off a cliff. You know, we can say that. South West Water aren't bound to say, well, you shouldn't really build this because, quite frankly, you'll be swimming past what you know, later in the day. So they can't say it, and we need to change the law so that they are obliged, the water companies, to say, if you put 150 houses here, there'll be a problem.
But there's an awful ringing going on at the moment, and it's going right through my ears. And I don't wear hearing aids, and I'm really suffering at the moment. It's starting to affect me.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't think it's me, but I mean, I've got a new deodorant on today. I don't know, but no. Anyway. Okay. Thank you. I think that's my answer to that, Councillor.
Okay, I think we're moving on now from there. Councillor Rogers, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the Chief Executive for attending my division last night to meet parish councillors last Friday. Thank you. I'd also like to ask the Cabinet member, when you do your water conference, can we make sure the national parks and our district councils are invited, because they, like everyone else, shares the common frustration with our sewage companies. Thank you.
So the reason I can't hear the ringing is I've got tinnitus, and it's exactly, so when I go to France and everybody's going, oh, listen to those cicadas and they're wonderful, I can't hear that. Can you hear ringing still? Oh, this is terrifying. I can't hear any of it. They will be definitely, Councillor Rogers, and we've already got a list of people who we would want to be there, and that, again, will be something that will come forward in a Cabinet report in January or February. Thank you.
Council, I'm just getting a message that there's some strange things going on with the audio. I'm saying that when others... Oh, I tell you what it is. It's people chatting when they're not actually the main speaker. So can I ask you, if you're not in the process of speaking with the microphone, I'd be grateful if you don't chat. But there's also, I've got muttering and whispering, but also the ringing is unbearable. Does anybody know what that? I can't hear that. Stop. It has stopped. I actually can't hear any of you at all. So if one person could tell me what is going on. Sorry, hang on a sec.
Well, you know how to make a guy feel good about himself, Chair, I must say.
Apparently the ringing has stopped. Okay. Okay. Right. Thank you for that. Okay. Lovely. And I hope at least if people didn't get the detail of what Councillor Arnott was talking about, the gist and certain will have been caught up with or picked up, and it will be reflected in the minutes. I have 3 more people to speak on this, and then after that, that's 10 of you, so everyone's had a chance, so that will be it. So I've got Councillors Rake, Hayward, and then Hodgson. Thank you. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Arnott. The Strategic Mayoral Authority, we saw in the recent budget that there were certain flows of funds that were limited to strategic mayoral authorities, so I understand the carrot, but the model seems to have sprung from urban areas where Manchester is often cited, London and so on. Is the prospective strategic mayoral authority for Devon, possibly Devon and Cornwall, who we can dream, are there structural adjustments, or is it a level of local government where one size has to fit all?
So my understanding, and thank you for the question, Councillor Rake, my understanding is it is something you could negotiate with government, and at the very least they are changing and moving the goalposts even now. So in the last few months they've talked about increasing the powers for a strategic mayor, for example, in relation to the NHS, which may, possibly rightly terrify some people. So the standard stuff about adult education and transport and so forth, that should perhaps work for us, but it's a question of what else is done. I'll give an example of something that would worry me very much, which is, so for example, in East Devon, it's hoped that the new town of Malcolm will be one of the government's new towns, up to 10,000 people before 2040. That is a piece of work that's been done by East Devon with Devon County. A little bit of help from Exeter. There is talk that those new towns and that the work of the New Towns Commission will go up into a mayoral strategic authority. And that, to me, is the opposite of devolution, where you do need, particularly in town and community planning, you need the local people and the local officers to be leading on that. So I think it's a good question. We should be sceptical about them and challenging and make sure that they do not take powers from the future unitary or unitaries that are inappropriate to a mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Arnott reminded me of, actually I was working at NatWest flogging water shares at the time in 1989, and had I known then what I know now, I would have just pulled all the plugs out, because it hasn't been good for the UK. But there we are. To come back to Councillor Wainwright's point, every other town and parish grouping in Devon, I'm sure, is having same conversations, but I applaud what she's done as a clerk. It will be necessary for towns and parishes to coalesce and pool their resources, because local government reorganisation is just essentially a tax dodge. It's a way of government shifting its obligations and being able to say, and whether it's this government or the previous one or the next one, people are still going to get taxed. It just means you can get away at Whitehall with saying it's not your tax. And then when the authorities unify, they can say, oh, it's not our tax, because it will be taxed further down. If you take Bridgewater as an example, their tax in 5 years rose 500%, went from £63 to 411. They're not getting anything extra. They're not getting anything new. They're just paying for it through the nose. And still, that authority, Somerset, puts its council tax up by 7.5%. It's smoke and mirrors. But as you say, it's not our call. We've done what we need to do here. East Devon has done what it feels it needs to do, as have the other districts. But I'll cut to the chase. The question I'd like to ask, because since we were elected in May and 80% of us are new, I'm wondering whether through your cabinet role, Councillor Arnott, and with officers, you can arrange a masterclass for members, present and or previous serving and new, about the impact of the Freeport. Because when you look at the footprint of the proposed Freeport, it crosses all these boundaries, these artificial boundaries that we're considering, whether it's Plymouth's model, whether it's Torbay's model, your model, this or our model, the 451, the Freeport circumvents them all. And given the challenges and worries about LGR and the democratic deficit that it creates, there are grave reservations that a Freeport multiplies that. The erosion of workers' rights, tax avoidance, corporate malpractice, they're all listed and concerns. And I think it'd be helpful for all members to understand what Devon believes the Freeport will bring, and the challenges and the risks to this authority and every other authority that's encompassed by it. Thank you.
No, thank you, Councillor Hayward. First of all, I knew of your many previous roles, but the fact that you were flogging water shares back in 1989, okay, I'll forgive you. How many more jobs have you had? However, yes, a brilliant point about the Freeport. And so a masterclass or perhaps something through scrutiny. So I'll discuss that with officers afterwards and the various other members who would be appropriate. It's a really good idea. I think we're slightly losing touch with what that is, and that does that sort of relates also to our future positive relationship we hope with Plymouth, because they are depending upon that a lot and excited about that, but nevertheless it has huge effects across the geography of South Devon and therefore Devon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Arnott. Last but not least, Councillor Hodgson, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your report. Very, very helpful. And I'm aware, obviously, through the water meetings that you've had, that's a really important part of the work. And I just really wanted to put onto your radar the work that's going on in the South Devon Catchment Partnership, which has been going on since 2014, I think it was, when it started. And obviously suddenly got very interesting to a lot of people when South West Water started pushing a lot more fluid into the waters, shall we say. And I just think, I was there yesterday for a couple of hours at one of their meetings, and they gathered together a huge array of different people, citizen scientists, people starting to introduce new projects. And the reason I flag it up as being a good model is because what it's done, it's started to really gather moss, gather quite a lot of extra things going on. So there's a lot of investigation into where's the bacteria coming from, where's this happening, where's that going. A lot of citizen scientists getting very excited and giving a lot of time. So I think it might be something to maybe dip into. The next meeting I think will be in March. It's 2 hours, and I think you might find it quite interesting to just listen in and just hear how they are operating, because they're looking at the elm, the dart. I think there's just those three, isn't it, Louise? Louise has been part of it as well. But, they look at, and somebody came yesterday from the Tane. That was a new addition. So it is, so river catchments, as we know, are the really good system for working together on making sure water works really well. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you. And also, just picking up on what's been said about the Freeport, I would love us to have a good old debate on the Freeport, because it still makes me angry.
No,
thank you.
Councillor Hodgson, entirely agree, and it would be the express intention to interact with these many increasing number of river projects, which aren't just sort of the equivalent of, bloggers. They are citizen scientists effectively going out there and getting real measurements. You might even say that rivers have rights, I don't know.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Now, the agenda suggests that we have Councillor Clist. No, I'm not doing that. I would expect to do the break after your piece, but actually from previous experience at the last meeting, and I have to say personally my level of back pain, we're going to have this break now. So I'm going to give us 15 minutes so everyone can refresh themselves, and I can take quite a lot of paracetamol. So time now, if you could hang on half a sec and I will give you the time. What time is it? Okay, so
thank you, Chair.
10 past 4, please. Thank you.
I just found coffee. Oh.
councillors, could you take your seats, please? I sound like I'm in an airport, but please, could you take your seats, please? Thank you very much. The facilities are on that side and that side. Okay, councillors, we're going to restart this meeting now, please. So please take your seats, and if we could stop chatting, I'd be grateful. I've got an announcement to make, a request really. Okay, when everyone stopped talking, I'd be grateful. Thank you. Okay, we have quiet. I've just been asked if I could ask everyone to keep an eye out in County Hall today for a little silver brooch, which is a dragonfly, I believe, with multicolours in that sadly Councillor Hodgson had on when she came in this morning and is no longer on her person. So if everyone could keep their eyes peeled, I'd be most grateful. Okay, and now I've got everyone's attention, I shall sit down and we shall move on to the last of our three Cabinet Member reports. Councillor Clist, excuse me, Councillor Clist, he's written a report here with officers. Councillor Clist, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, officers and members of the Council for giving me this opportunity to address you today on some of the areas that my portfolio encompasses. Before I start, can I reassure you that it's only a small portfolio and I've managed to condense down my speech to a fraction under 3 hours, Chairman. And now, on a slightly reflective note, one of the honours that was bestowed upon me on the 11th of the 11th at Bel Air flagpole was to accompany the Chief Executive, the Chairman, and other members of this Council and staff to the ceremony in commemoration of those that gave up their ways of life, even their lives, so that we could live in a democratic society that we do. And it was a great honour to read the exhortation and to raise the Devon Remembers flag. Moving on, thank you very much for all the phone calls, emails and questions that I've had since the publication of the report from mainly councillors, but also other people that have read it too. I'm enthused that you've done that. Contained within the report are a very brief calendar at the start on some of the meetings that I've been to, probably about 1/10 if I'm being perfectly honest, some of which I chair, some of which aren't even mentioned, but I'll run through the report that is there, and it's, I suppose, it encompasses roughly 2 to 3/5 of the actual work of this portfolio. Before I start, can I say that one of the best things that could cocoon this portfolio position is the excellent induction process and the valued members of staff, their knowledge, their dedication, their professionalism, and how they've imparted it to me. As I like to jokingly say to you all, a yeoman agriculturalist from the Upper Colne. James apparently has a book open, for how many times I managed to mention agriculture or farming, so there's 2 already. If I briefly go through the report, and I will stop and highlight certain areas. We start with the legal and democratic services and the various arms that they provide, the very professional standard and the very fast pace and quick moving areas that they cover, and the professionalism that they do. All I have to do is pick up a phone and ask a question and it's answered. And I think that applies to all councillors too. You can see that we've also started the transformation and business services asset management without any what I should have done was also introduce the 2 officers that are accompanying me today. We have Maria Chakraborty, who's head of People and Culture, or Director of People and Culture, and we have Matthew Jones, who is the Director of Transformation and Business Services. I think I've got that right, haven't I? Yes, not too tongue-tied. You can see in the Transformation and Business Services and Asset Management all sorts of interesting statistics and useful information. I know you've been ringing me and contacting me, asking all sorts of different questions, and thank you for that. I hope I've answered them properly or pointed you in the direction of officers that might be able to do so. Our determination has been through the strategic plan to make sure that the people of Devon are very well represented front and centre of this administration's direction and aims. And it's been a great privilege to accompany the Deputy Leader, Councillor Paul Arnott, when talking about LGR to businesses. I think we've done, well, I've done 2 with you, and I'm sure you've done a lot more. It was also an honour to be asked to speak to various different directorates as well, where we were able to reassure staff, we were able to reassure that various other people that are connected with the organisation moving forward, that their expertise would be needed while the transition carries on. We'll move on to digital and technology services. It does what it says on the tin. It gives you an oversight, a direction of steer. If we move on to economy and skills, which has taken up rather a lot of my time over the last month especially, in the absence of Councillor Mandy Ewings, I've been chairing the DTCAA. I do apologise if I've got that acronym incorrect. It's either 2Cs and 1A or 1C and 2As. But it's basically the housing forum. Now this dovetails very conveniently into the areas of education, the areas of business, and it gives us an insight following on from the autumn 2024 report from Lord Richard Best, which talks about the housing scenario facing Devon over the next number of decades. I think if I could ally that to a recent population report that I saw, which predicted that by 2040, the age group 25 or sort of 18 to 45, static, no percentage increase, 45 to 65, there was due to be a slightly less than 40% increase. Rather alarmingly, the group between 65 and 85, and that would include me by 2040, by the way, increases by nearly 100%, and the group over 85 increases by nearly 120%. I think the figures speak for themselves. The target must be to keep aspirational opportunities for younger people, to keep them in the county, to provide housing, to provide everything that they need. And I, as a father of 6, are guilty. I only have 2 that are working in the county of Devon, maybe for various different reasons, and maybe they'll all come back at one point, but they'll be in a different age demographic. Sorry to be so sombre at this point, but I think unless you make a start somewhere, you will not reap what you sow. That's 3 farming analogies already. The public health and communities aspect of my work has brought me very much in line with the trading standards group of staff here. And I have to say, the more I learn, the more I realise how well protected we are and served by that group of individuals. I think I can only sum it up by saying that everything that comes into the country, probably 5–8% is checked. So whatever else goes for human consumption, in whatever walk of life, is up to the checking and policing of the Trading Standards Organisation. They protect us, and they ensure that fair and honest trading is at the customer's beck and call. They protect us from scams, rogue trading, fraud, unfair and unlawful business practices, and they rely almost totally on intelligence and what they expect. Investigating and taking legal action and obtaining results and refunds, enforcing actions, but more than that, it's supporting the businesses that are actually crucial to the future of Devon. I move on to people and culture. Our people strategy was passed through the Cabinet recently. This again marries in particularly well to our vision of Devon in the future. It talks about recruitment, it talks about learning, it gives everyone a voice, a reward, well-being and belonging. I think it's absolutely crucial that people are given a worth. They respond to that, and they respond positively. I think it also encourages rather, a capable workforce that improves itself, and it's a sustainable and stable workforce to boot as well. I started off, and I will finish, with an overview of the Armed Forces Covenant, obviously established, as you all know, in May 2011. Covenant duty became a legal obligation in 2022, and looking ahead, the covenant duty will expand during the next year to include social care, childcare, employment, taxation, welfare, criminal justice, pensions and transport. There will be an introduction of an Armed Forces Commissioner, and DCC policies and plans will need to be reviewed and aligned with anticipated changes to ensure compliance, reducing any risk of challenge and reputational impact. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, officers, and thank you, Council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clist. So, I see Councillor Bailey, followed by Councillor Richardson. Any others, please? Councillor Bell, Councillor Eade. I'm sure my Vice Chair is writing these down in order. Okay, so Councillor Bailey, first off, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clist, for your report. I would like to just ask you about the coroner service. And I welcome the reduction in the time delays for inquests. But I would like to highlight something particularly to you, and that is around the death of homeless people in Exeter. In 2024, there was a large rise in deaths of people experiencing homelessness. This was observed across Devon, where deaths increased by 250% compared with 2023, although the majority were concentrated in the city. So this was the subject of a specific report carried out by the Museum of Homelessness, a national charity. They specifically spotlighted Exeter. And as part of this, they reflected on the fact that local organisations shared that one of the challenges they faced is lengthy delays in toxicology reporting and inquest outcomes from medical examiners and coroners. So the timely completion of inquests is vitally important for many reasons, but one of them is for people who've died when they're experiencing homelessness. So whilst I really welcome all the work of the coroners, and I welcome the reduction in the waiting times, what I'd really like to know, please, and you might need to give me a written reply because you may not be able to answer this now, is what is your target waiting time for inquests and when do you expect to achieve it? And what will you do as a portfolio holder to ensure that inquest delays are not creating further challenges for local organisations who are supporting people experiencing homelessness? Thank you.
Councillor Clist.
Councillor Bailey, thank you so much for your question. I'm pleased that you've asked me that. It's been, you probably don't know about my past life as a district councillor, but homelessness was part of my portfolio area at Mid-Devon District Council, where we set about trying to provide what we could. We had a wonderful team of officers there, and it was somewhat fruitless. You had people that wanted to be helped and other people that didn't want to be helped. It's an element of society which I fear is ever growing, and it needs to be addressed. I think there is a written report coming from the coroner soon. I'm sorry, I'm concentrating and reading at the same time. I was wanting to relay my personal experiences in September during Freshers' Week, which I always try and, my wife has realised now what I get up to. I take her in for a meal and we walk round Cathedral Close and we walk round the centre of town, the vibrant atmosphere with young people enjoying themselves, but enjoying themselves properly is to be applauded. It's all very well getting to our age where we forget what we were like when we were younger, but the amount of homelessness that I saw, I think 53 people sleeping in doorways, some wanting to be helped, some not wanting to be helped, and I agree that this is something that is difficult to stomach or tolerate, and I think any kind of assistance and help that they can be getting, and I totally agree too that the mortality rate in that group of people is unacceptable, but I will respond in more detail, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clist. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Clist, for the report. You mentioned you had concerns about retaining skills in Devon. Obviously, we've got one of the best universities in the country, in the University of Exeter. And, you know, obviously that's a fantastic institution for bringing skills into our county, but I know people who've been to the university, you know, my own friends who would absolutely love to forge a life here in Devon, but the jobs just aren't there. And we're entering a period of time now for graduates where it's actually the worst job market in 30 years. So I wonder what this council is doing to make sure that we're trying as much as we can to retain that skill set and keep it in Devon and address some of the challenges for these young people who want to live in Devon. You know, it's not just about the availability of jobs, but it's things like housing for young people, which again is a huge barrier. Thank you.
Councillor Richardson, thank you so much for your question. You're onto an area that I am absolutely passionate about, and as I've explained, 4 of my 6 work away for various different reasons. I was very fortunate in June to be given a 6.5, 7-hour guided tour of Exeter University on our doorstep, and I was very guilty of never having realised what such a good university that is. And we mustn't forget Plymouth University also, which has a very high standing. I agree with you. I think there's a certain overlap between the skills that come out of that university, the research, the cutting-edge research that they do, that is exported. And I won't talk about the charter now, because otherwise the the chairman of the council will shoot me probably. But I have to say there is a symbiosis between the skills not being retained in the county and people migrating out. We must make these aspirational opportunities there for everyone. I agree. I highlighted that in my little pre-say about providing homes for younger people. I'm desperately worried that I will be surrounded in my dotage by people of the same age. Heaven forbid, eh? But you're quite right. I think, again, we can talk more in depth on this. And I'm sure that well, it seems almost certain to me that we share a common theme. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Councillor Bell. Thank you.
Thank you again, and of course, thank you for an excellent report, and thank you for all the work you've been doing. Councillor Bailey very kindly touched on my question about homelessness, and that was excellent. But something similar, if you don't mind. I've said recently that the heritage of Devon is the multi-generational family and the family, and you've touched on that yourself with your children. Really, the true strength of Devon is that way that we live together and we grow our communities as families. It is wonderful, and coming from Margate, it is not something you see in other parts of the country. This is truly a blessing that you should take for granted. It is not the Grade 2 listed buildings, it is the families. Thank you. But to touch on housing, Devon Home Choice List currently has, I think on the last report, just over 17,000 families looking for houses in Devon. That is a drop, and that is impressive, and that's thanks to a lot of different works going on over previous administrations and over previous administrations. The number has come down, but it's 17,000 families in Devon. People, again, nurses, which is why I got involved in this first place, cannot find homes in Devon to live. We must prioritise getting homes for families in Devon so they can continue to live in the communities that raised them, so they can continue to provide support to their elderly relatives in their dotage, and so those elderly relatives can provide support to their grandchildren, and so on forevermore, as it has always been in Devon. This is a great thing. We need to bring this number down, and I hope you'll be expressing how important this is.
Thank you so much, Councillor Bell, and thank you for your participation at the seminars and meetings that we have, the DTCAA or DTCCA. I've explained that before. Your input is always very valuable. 7 years ago, when I took over the portfolio of housing assets and property services at Mid-Devon District Council, I realised almost immediately that for every 3-bedroomed social rented property that came forward through the Devon Home Choice Scheme, we had approximately 140 applicants, and we had our various responsibilities. We had the Devon Home Choice categories, and I agree with you, we are not providing enough. We are, I think, pretty high up the Devon Home Choice scale because of the way that we are able to deliver these properties in Devon, but it's still not enough. I agree with you totally. I also think that the fabric of Devon's society is made up. I sound a little big-headed, and Cheryl's going to stare at me very sternly now, but I'm the 16th generation on the same farm. Yes, I need to get out more. I know what you're thinking. I have to say I'm very proud of that. I very tongue-in-cheek call myself First Nation. I'd probably get into serious trouble for doing that. But I think you epitomise in your sentence exactly what I feel, that you become a fabric as a family, you become a fabric of that society, you put back into that what you actually get out of it as well. You raised one other point, and I've gone off-piste a little bit, and I can't remember. Could you refresh me, please? You raised one other point in your questions.
I think it was entirely about Devon Home Choice and the numbers, the numbers of families who are essentially spending another Christmas in housing insecurity. But thank you for your answer. That's been very helpful.
Councillor Bell, thank you. I just want to expand a little bit, if the chairman will allow me.
I'm going to ask you to try to keep to the point, if that's okay, Councillor Clist. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Some of these questions are so complicated. that I need to answer very quickly from 7 different areas. I also think there's a major problem with our planning system at the moment. I think we're all aware that this government wants to build 1.5 million houses in its first, in the term of Parliament up until the next general election. I think what it does do, it doesn't actually highlight what is required. I think the next time there is a review of the National Planning Policy Framework, we should all participate in that consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Eade, please.
Thanks, yeah. I'll be impressed if you can answer this one now, but you never know. It's about the new Devon survey on LGR. The report said there were over 7,000 contributions received, which is a pretty decent number, and it goes on to say 64% of respondents supported the leading proposal of the 911 option. But given that proposal was unveiled towards the end of the consultation period, how many people actually answered that follow-up question specifically on our leading proposal, so we can get a better idea of the actual level of support for our specific proposal?
Councillor Clist.
Councillor Eade, thank you very much for your question. I rather fear that you were confusing me for Councillor Arnott. He's not as handsome as I am, and he doesn't have a moustache. However, I think I can partially answer it. My portfolio has been brought into LGR as and when is necessary. We've had a good overview of the proceedings as they've progressed, but I cannot answer honestly right here and now the in-depth question that I think that you've asked that needs answering. So can I ask that you would accept a written response from Councillor Arnott and myself? Would that be acceptable? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clist. I've had no one else indicate that they want to ask you a question or make a comment, so thank you very much indeed for your report and to officers for supporting you with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm particularly disappointed that I wasn't asked any questions about the explosives part of my portfolio.
Next time, perhaps. Thank you. Okay. So, I'm going to move us on to agenda item 13, minutes of committees. There are no committee minutes that have been called for debate, so can I first, as Chair of the Procedures Committee, move the minutes of the 24th of September 2025 and the 10th of November 2025. So we're moving to a vote on that, I believe. I'm looking to officers to nod or shake their heads.
Yeah, there are a number of matters that require the Council's approval. These are changes to the Constitution. They were outlined in detail on the agenda, and the first is a very small tweak to financial regs. It just requires a vote of the Council Chair, please.
Okay, so you've seen all the papers, so is that agreed? So, hang on, no, I'm sorry, I'm completely lost on my script. Sorry, I don't know where I am.
Apologies.
Am I here or am I here? I'm here, thank you.
The first is minute 89, and that's a change to section A8 of the financial regs, and it's just a small tweak to the approval process.
Okay, yes, people have got that. So I will just take out that paragraph. So the first matter is changed to section 8 of the financial regulations. This is councillors asked to approve minute 89, full text of the changes outlined on the agenda with removed words identified and a strike through for new wording in red. Is that agreed? Please indicate if this is agreed. Agreed, thank you. Okay, the second matter relates to voting procedures following a review of the Governance Working Group for proposed changes to roll call rules. The Council is asked to approve minute 90. The current procedure for a roll call is that if a majority of the members present agree, then a vote may be taken by roll call. It's proposed that Council adopts an amendment to the Constitution, Part 4A, Standing Order 32.2, regarding the roll call procedure. So at any meeting of the County Council, if 10 members present agree, the vote on any matter at that meeting may be by roll call. Is that agreed? Thank you. Okay. And now approvals relating to the meeting of the 10th of November 2025. So first off, amendments to the call-in procedures. The Council is asked to approve minute 95, the revised wording for which is highlighted on the agenda. Is that agreed? Thank you. Next, moving on to petition scheme. Council is asked to approve minute 96. The revised wording for the petition scheme is attached to the Council agenda. Is that agreed? It's a little half-hearted. Thank you. Thank you. And this is something which the next one should be of interest to everybody, is the member development strategy. The Council is asked to approve minute 97 to adopt the refreshed member development strategy 2025 to 2029, which has been circulated with the agenda. Is that agreed? Thank you. So I now move to the minutes of the Standards Committee of the 17th of November 2025. I also formally move all committee minutes listed on the agenda in accordance with Standing Order 13, including School Transport Appeals Committee held on the 1st of September, 6th of October and the 20th of October, the Development Management Committee held on the 17th of September 2025, the Investment and Pension Committee held on the 19th September 2025, the Audit Committee held on the 29th of September 2025 and 24th of November 2025, the Appointments, Remuneration and Chief Officer Conduct Committee held on the 9th of October 2025 and the 5th of November 2025, noting that there are no appointments that require Council approval. Also, the Public Rights of Way held on the 18th of November 2025, Children's Scrutiny Committee held on the 15th September and 21st of November 2025, Health and Adult Care Health and Adult Care's Scrutiny Committee held on the 22nd of September and the special meeting of the 22nd of October 2025, and hopefully, yes, lastly, the Corporate Infrastructure and Regulatory Services Scrutiny Committee held on the 25th of September, the special meeting of the 22nd of October and the ordinary meeting of the 20th of November 2025. Are those agreed? Didn't quite catch that. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm hoping I've done that all right. Yep, brilliant, thank you. So now the bits which we are all waiting for, which is the notices of motions, okay? So this section has, we have quite a lot to get through in this section. So I'm going to go through quickly the procedures so everybody knows what they are, so that we hopefully can move through this relatively rapidly. So first off, for motions returning to the Council, we deal with the opening statement first. The mover of the original motion speaks first. They get up to 7 minutes. They don't have to use the whole of that 7 minutes. Then the seconder may speak or reserve their right to speak later. Then we will deal with the Cabinet recommendation. The leader moves the Cabinet recommendation and the Deputy Leader will second. Next is the decision stage. If the mover will be asked if they accept the Cabinet recommendation in the minute. If they accept the Cabinet recommendation, it becomes the substantive motion and debate begins. The leader has the right of reply. If the Cabinet recommendation is not accepted by the original proposer of the motion, the leader will explain the reason for the Cabinet recommendation. The seconder may speak or reserve their right at this point to speak later on. Then we move to the debate, which invites members to speak if they wish. The leader sums up and the Council votes on the Cabinet minute. If the Cabinet recommendation is rejected, the original motion is debated under normal rules. If the Cabinet recommendation is accepted, the Council can either vote on it as a substantive motion or can consider amendments. Amendments must be moved and seconded, and the debate follows. The mover of the amendment then has the right to reply. The vote on the amendment takes place, and if it's lost, the Council reverts back to the Cabinet recommendation. If it is carried, it becomes substantive, and the Council either has to vote or consider further amendments. Now, I'm sure that's all entirely clear to everybody. Now for some general reminders. Only one amendment can be debated at a time. Amendments must relate to the motion, e.g. refer to a committee or change the wording, but must not introduce a new or opposite proposal. For new motions that are on the agenda, standing orders state that new motions are referred to Cabinet after having been moved and seconded. And both the mover can introduce their motion very briefly as part of motioning, and it is briefly. The mover can ask the Council for the motion to be taken on the day, and this is a straightforward majority vote. The mover will seek to speak to justify dealing with the motion on day, and again that's briefly. If the vote is won, the motion gets debated, and if that request to debate on the day is lost, then that's referred to Cabinet. If a motion is debated on the day, it is moved, seconded, debated, and then voted upon in line with the usual rules of debate, including amendments. If motions are debated on the day and there are amendments submitted as part of the debate, they may need to adjourn the meeting so that any resource, financial or legal implications can be reviewed. And in line with the Constitution, the Chair can determine how much time will be permitted to debate motions, up to a maximum of 2 hours. I have to tell you that I have another Chair's engagement, which means I have to leave in 38 minutes, at which point I shall be handing over to Councillor Rosie Dawson as my Vice Chair. I think we will be allowing up to a maximum of 2 hours only, beyond which any conversations about motions will need to cease and the meeting will need to finish. So it is currently 16:52. Okay, I will seek to leave in an orderly way so that Councillor Dawson has time to jump over into this chair, so we might have a very small break in the proceedings. Okay. So, motion number 1, item agenda 14, recognising the rights of rivers in Devon. For item 14, the Council is asked to consider its response to the notice of motion on recognising the rights of rivers in Devon, previously referred to Cabinet, as shown at Cabinet Minute 103A and outlined on the agenda. Now, Councillor Bailey, mover of the original motion, please address the Council covering your original motion and the Cabinet's recommendation. You have 7 minutes for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I won't be speaking for 7 minutes. I really welcome the amendments that the Cabinet have put forward after the Cabinet meeting. I thank Councillor Arnott and Councillor Hodgson for discussing this notice of motion with me. I also thank Councillor Clist because he commented to me that I'd omitted the River Culm, so I'd like that to be included as well as one of the rivers. So when Cabinet initially amended this motion, the core principle was removed, which was that recognising that rivers have intrinsic rights. Without that, we talk about rivers as objects to be managed rather than living systems that sustain our health, our economy and our identity as a county. Rights of rivers is not a symbolic gesture, it's a practical framework used elsewhere in the UK and internationally to shift decision-making from what can we get away with to what is our duty of care. It means recognising a river's right to flow, to be free from pollution, to support biodiversity and to be restored when damaged. These are really, really crucial issues for our residents. By reinstating these rights, we give clarity to regulators, utilities and land managers. That in Devon, the baseline is protection, not toleration of ongoing decline. It strengthens accountability, it strengthens community efforts and places Devon at the forefront of responsible environmental leadership. Devon is not stepping into the unknown. We are joining a growing practical movement across the UK that treats rivers as living systems with rights to be clean, to flow and to thrive. And I would urge the Council to support this notice of motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. So does the seconder, who I believe is Councillor Richardson, would you like to speak now or reserve your right until after the debate? Okay, Councillor Richardson, you've got up to 7 minutes. Don't feel you have to use all of that time.
Don't worry, I will not be using all 7 minutes. I'll just speak very briefly. I'll join Councillor Bailey in thanking everyone involved in bringing the red text here, because as Councillor Bailey said, it is vitally important that the intrinsic rights of rivers in Devon is recognised. I think we've already had a very good debate about this topic in Councillor Arnott's piece earlier. You know, ultimately this is all about trying to make sure this council is doing as much as it can to hold the relevant people to account. You know, we know as a Devon County Council we can't just renationalise South West Water as a decision here, but there are things we can do. And so I think this motion really strengthens our position and is a message to the public that we really care about rivers and we care about the impact rivers and waterways have on people's lives, and that it encompasses such a large part, you know, not just mental well-being, but, you know, integrating ideas of planning as well. So I think this motion is excellent, and like Councillor Bailey, I'd urge everyone to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. Leader, I now ask you to move the Cabinet's recommendation, which I understand some small amendments as outlined in the order paper, and indeed the inclusion of the River Culm. Is that pronounced correctly? Thank you. Councillor Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, happy to move the amended Cabinet recommendations as per on the screen that have been shown.
Thank you very much. And followed by your seconder, who I believe is Councillor Arnott.
Yes, seconded, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So I understand that Councillor Bailey accepts the revised recommendation. Yep, lovely. That's tremendously helpful. So that being the case, Cabinet recommendation is now the motion on the table for debate, and I open the floor for debate. Does any other member wish to speak? Sorry, there's so many of you. That's about Okay, I think I have it. Anyway, we're going to start out with Councillor Tildesley. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're very aware that the climate crisis is increasing year on year. We look around the world and we can see millions of people are being displaced by drought and by floods. And the thing that this has in common is water. We only have the power to protect our rivers here in Devon, but anything we can do to mitigate the climate crisis and protect our rivers is absolutely crucial. I strongly support this motion. Thank you very much for bringing it.
Thank you. Next, I call on Councillor Hodgson. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be equally brief. I just welcome the fact that we've got to this position with this motion, which I think is really important to have as fully as it sets out. And I think it's a really good opportunity to recognise how important clean water is, not just to us and the way we have drinking water coming out the tap, but also to the life that lives in the rivers, which is all part of our biodiversity. So absolutely support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Bell, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an excellent motion. Thank you very much. Would like to point out that only 3 North Devon rivers are represented. The River Cane is missing. But more importantly, of course, we need to be promoting the citizen science that goes on to improve water quality and to monitor the water quality, because we still don't have very good reporting across the country, really. It is improving, but it can improve better.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Wainwright.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard the word protect in relation to rivers and their rights. I bring to the attention of councillors that nationally we have a legal obligation to improve the health of our rivers to good ecological status by 2027. And I fully support this motion, and I would like all councillors present to be confident that they can contribute to that national ambition, that we must improve the health. And I recommend again catchment water quality groups as part of this initiative, so that councillors here present can work with their divisional parishes to understand what they can do along a catchment to proactively improve the health of our rivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wainwright. Councillor Julian, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. A lot of this building of houses everywhere, the trouble is that they don't improve the drainage. It seems to be the same pipes, and then in the end we have massive great towns, and then we have massive rains, and then the drains pop up, just like in Plymouth. The drains are always popping up there, and they have to have the fire brigade to pump the roads to keep them down because you can't get through. Also, I think they need to speak to, I'm a farmer, so I've been speaking to farmers about cleaning their ditches out so it doesn't go onto your roads, and that helps, blocking the roads as well. And also, the rivers, that's why we had floodplains. You should not be building near floodplains. You're asking a disaster zone, and then we get climate change because their houses are flooded. But we're building near rivers, and we can't be doing that. Those rivers are floodplains just so the water can spill over from the rivers and then contract when you have it better. But we're channeling, we're forcing the rivers, and then they get more powerful, and then before you know where they are, they build up and then burst their banks, and then it's a total nightmare for the poor residents. So we do need to be looking at our planning and sorting that planning out, because it's the same pipes, and the cities and towns are getting bigger and bigger and bigger with the same pipes. So I feel that if we can get somebody to sort that out, it would be fantastic, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Julian. Moving on to Councillor Fry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. While I support aspects of this motion, I do ask for clarity. By granting rivers the rights to rivers, we're implying that rivers should have the legal right to flow freely without human intervention. For example, would this mean that opposing dams, reservoirs or flood control measures, the communities that rely on those, how will these rights be balanced against essential infrastructure and public safety? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. And if we could move on to Councillor Fife-Cook, please. Thank you.
Oh gosh, long time since I've stood up. Obviously, I think everybody here would agree with most of this. The problems I do have is the situation when we're saying for rivers the right to flow naturally and seasonally. As Councillor Julian has said, so many of our floodplains have been built on. And the fact is, what are we going to do with the pit houses that are already there? If we allow water to flood those floodplains, those people won't get insurance next time. And I think we have to be careful here. We have to be the adults in the room. We have to say, yes, we want to clean water. We want to make sure our rivers are great, biodiversity and everything else. But we may in future years need to be looking at more hydroelectric power. All of these kind of things bring in their own biodiversity, because as soon as you bring in a reservoir, you bring in other creatures that use it. So I personally can't vote for this while we have something that says that rivers are going to naturally flow where they wish to. I don't think that's a wise thing to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fife-Cook. Next I have Councillor Carson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As the county's representative on TECF, which is the Tamar Estuary Consultative Forum, and also having the Tamar, the Plym and the Elm in my division, I fully support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carson. So, nobody else has indicated to me that they wish to speak on this. So we need to move to the leader to have a right of reply. Sorry. No, I'm not. I'm so sorry. Councillor Granger. Didn't spot you before. Forgive me. Councillor Granger, you need to turn your microphone on, otherwise no one can hear you. Thank you. It's the little, there are two little grey buttons on the front of it. Can someone show him? That's it. That's working. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Bit of a bizarre question, but...
and I'm awfully sorry, you're going to need to point it towards...
Is that better?
Yes, I hope so.
Okay.
We'll see how we go. Thank you.
So, a bit of a bizarre question, but if we give rights to rivers, what happens if a beaver, which we do have in Devon, changes the direction of a river, which then flows on private property? What would happen then?
Thank you for your question. I don't know if anyone is able to answer that question. As chair, it's absolutely not my job to. I'm looking to someone to respond. I have got... it's Councillor Gent. I don't know if you're going to answer this question. Or if that
I am going to answer the question. I believe Devon Wildlife Trust do have it within their powers to take management decisions for the benefit of landowners, which may or may not involve controlling the beavers in one way or another. So it can usually be dealt with.
Thank you, Councillor Gent. That's hugely helpful. Thank you. Did I see any other hands up on this one? This last little scan. Nope, okay. In which case, thank you, members. I'm going to hand you over to the leader to... you've got a right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. No, I think it's all been said. So happy just to leave it as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In which case, we'll move to the vote. So first off... That's right, you've already spoken on this matter, so I'm afraid that's your lot.
Sorry, Chair, I'd just like an answer to my question.
Okay, so I'm hoping that someone was answering, listening to the question, because I was dealing with other things, and
Do you just want to repeat your question again? I'll try and answer it, but can't promise.
Thank you. It was just, while I said I do, support part of the motion, I needed clarity on, by granting the rights of rivers, are we implying that rivers should have the legal right to flow freely without human intervention? For example, would this mean opposing dams, reservoirs, or flood control measures that communities rely on? How will these rights be balanced against the essential infrastructure and public safety? Thank you.
Thank you very much for repeating that so clearly, Councillor Fry. Thank you. I can't see who you're pointing at. Oh, Councillor Bailey.
So, thank you. I'm happy to make a comment about flood defences. So, I think what we're seeing increasingly is that whereas in the past, flood defences have been kind of in opposition with rivers, but increasingly we're seeing nature-based solutions ensuring that engineering interventions don't cause downstream harm and create a clearer duty to plan long-term resilience rather than short-term fixes. So the rights of rivers, I believe, is entirely compatible with the Environment Agency guidance and with the direction of UK flood policy. So I don't think there's an inherent conflict. I think the rights of rivers, we're not suggesting that all the flood defences, all the dams should be taken out, but what we are saying is that going forward, we have to be working with our rivers and not against them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope that provides some clarity for you, Councillor Fry.
Sorry. Yeah, the whole thing is how much rights are we going to give to the rivers? So, you can say that we're doing a motion for giving rivers rights, but where do those rights stop and where do we draw the lines?
I suspect that, having listened to Councillor Bailey, that there isn't a specific answer to that question because it's always going to be on an individual basis. So, in any individual circumstance. The leader has already... is this a clarification on this particular issue? Councillor Richardson or Eade? Because if it is, it's fine, and if it's not, then we finished on this.
Yeah, no, it's just, providing a bit of clarity, I think, on Councillor Fry's question. Lewis District Council and Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council have had a similar motion, and it was both passed. And in response, lawyers at Hogan Lovell, who worked with the declaration, they responded saying, rivers and nature do not have legal personhood in England or the corresponding right to sue and be sued in their own right. The Wildlife Trust said it's important because it reflects a growing recognition that our rivers are particularly our red chalk streams, deserve stringent legal recognition and protection. So this council doesn't have the power to give a river legal personhood, but it does give more powers in decisions like in planning to recognise the physical importance of that river. Hopefully that clarifies something, hopefully. All right.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. Councillor Eade, did you have anything to add to that? No,
I was just pointing to Councillor Arnott, who had his hand
okay,
up.
thank you very much. Okay, so I think this debate is now finished. So we're going to move on to the vote. Leader has summed up. Thank you for those questions and debate. So all those in favour of the motion? Okay, thank you. All those against? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, well, that's been carried. Thank you very much. Okay. So, moving on to agenda item 15. This is urgent action on pavement, vegetation, neglect and public safety. For item 15, the Council is asked to consider its response to the notice of motion on pavement, vegetation, neglect and public safety, previously referred to Cabinet, shown as Cabinet Minute 103B and outlined on the agenda. Now, this was moved by Councillor Neil Stevens, who's had to go to another meeting. So I'm looking at Councillor Tony Stevens, who was going to be seconding it, to move the motion, which I believe is procedurally okay.
Yeah, he doesn't need to move the motion, just as Councillor Neil Stevens, as the original mover, gets the opportunity to address the council first. As he's not here, it will automatically move to the seconder, just to address the council on the original motion and the Cabinet's proposed response.
Thank you. So, Councillor Tony Stevens, would you like to just speak on this?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. These are his words. So, what we have in front of this, us this afternoon, is frankly a watered-down motion. It looks fine on paper, but it won't make any real difference to the vegetation, overrunning pavements and public spaces across Exeter and Devon. You might vote for this, though that is democracy, and I respect that. But let's be honest, this won't fix the problem, and we won't find proper funding. If we don't find proper funding, when it reaches scrutiny in January, the long-term cost to Devon will be far higher. Residents are already frustrated. They need a real effective solution, not another token gesture. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. So, Leader, you'll now move the Cabinet's recommendation as outlined on the agenda, and then so you can speak, and then followed by your seconder, who I believe is Councillor Arnott. So, Councillor Brazil, please.
Yes, thank you. Happy to move the Cabinet minutes as on the order paper. And just to say to Councillor Stevens that, many of us share your frustrations with the state of our roadways. But there just is not the funding available to do a complete or 100% clearance of our pavements, or indeed, when it comes to the roads in particular and potholes and drains and all of that. I think what this motion and what we're trying to say is that in order to get something that residents are happy with, we're going to have to work with our communities so we do it together. Because the truth is the county just does not have the funding to do what was required from the original motion. So whereas we all may sympathise with it, I think we have to be realistic that within the financial situations that we find ourselves in, that we're going to have to work better with our community groups. I mean, I appreciate that in Exeter it's slightly different. For many of us, we have our parish councils. And community groups and work with them to do much of this work that is absolutely crucial. Yeah, I agree. So anyway, I'll leave it there, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Councillor Tony Stevens on behalf of the mover, but as a seconder, whether you accept the Cabinet recommendation. Yeah, thank you. You're indicating yes. Okay. So if that's the case, that is now the Cabinet recommendation is now the motion on the table for debate, and I open the floor for debate. Does any other members have anything that they would? Councillor Gent.
Yeah.
Hang on. Half a sec. Let me get the list, please, because there's masses of you. Okay, Councillor Gent, then I have Councillor Bell. Oh, okay, yeah, Councillor Gent, please do carry on, thank you.
Chair, happy to support the motion. I'd just like to, I'd like officers to be able to bring a bit more clarification to what is a safety defect of a vegetation growing over a pavement. So that if you start with a pavement that's a shared use footway alongside a main road that's say 2 or 3 metres wide, and then the vegetation grows out so it's less than a metre wide, it's still safe for a person to walk along it. And the neighbourhood highways officer said to me, it's not a safety defect. But it's not, the road is 40 miles an hour, and the local parish council or volunteers can't safely cut back the vegetation themselves. The landowner is able to persuade the Highways Authority that they're trimming the hedge such that it's not a safety defect, but we've lost the capacity to have a shared use cycleway. And that's why I find the criterion of a safety defect a little bit imprecise in my opinion. It's not safe for two cyclists to pass each other on that shared use footway, but it's safe for a single pedestrian or whatever. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gent. Councillor Wainwright.
Thank you, Chair. Just asking for some clarification. A number of the parishes in my division are now paying for parish lengthsmen themselves, and most of them actually have road wardens now, and I'm sure that they're already helping to clear vegetation. Is there some thing that's preventing them from continuing to do this? Some clarification would be helpful, thank you.
I'm not entirely clear who I should be asking for that clarification, but maybe, would you want to cover that now, or?
I will come back on that. Absolutely not. No, Councillor Wainwright. What we're trying to do is to encourage more of that. And I would say to Councillor Gent, I understand your problems, and I have, again, a lot of sympathy with it. But in the end, if it is a crucial piece of infrastructure in your parish, then you may feel that the parish council wishes to raise its precept in order to get a contractor to do that. The problem that we have is that once we start doing, as a council, as a county council, if we start doing things that do not hit that safety criteria factor, then where do we stop? So sorry, and I appreciate that people get very upset because they feel they pay their council tax and they don't get anything for it. But again, we have to be in the real world and understand the financial constraints that we find ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil, for that clarification. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Just to amplify Councillor Brazil's point about community involvement, it would be remiss of me not to mention the wonderful efforts of Dartmouth Weed Monkeys, who keep the town of Dartmouth, or contribute to keeping the town of Dartmouth looking spick and span, and I think are an exemplar for, and I'm sure would be willing to share their expertise and experiences with other community groups. And I think that's where this council could play a real role. You get far more bang for your buck by putting these community groups and would-be community groups in touch with each other, and providing sort of seed funding or seed support in order that they can then pick up the baton where, unfortunately, budgetary constraints mean we cannot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Councillor Bell.
Dartmouth Weed Monkeys. That's cool. In Braunton, we don't have any fancy names for the people that get out and pick up the weeds and the litter from around the gutters. We just tend to get on and do our own patch. But yeah, we're going to have to come up with a better title or something. My point was that, yes, in Braunton, we are trying to get the weeds. It is difficult, and we're not entirely on top of it in a lot of places because there are a lot of them coming through the cracks. But the election we had back earlier in the year was largely centred around potholes, because potholes were a massive problem. And as someone who's broken his back going through a pothole and spent several weeks off work, they were an issue. They still are an issue, but that problem is being resolved as we go forwards. I think the council has got the priorities right in getting the essential road surface fixed. And yes, it would be nice if we could also get on top of the weeds growing out of the gutters and through the pavement. But right now, we have to concentrate on the fact that the roads were in such a poor state. And as I drive home tonight, they are in a better state. They're still not perfect, but can we please get the roads right first?
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Hill.
I am aware that Councillor Stevens, both of them, have been engaging with the judiciary and probation services on clearing weeds from Alvington, Carrick and St Thomas. Would it be possible for Devon County Council to engage with these services, with the probation service, so that we can actually get community service orders and people who are convicted of petty crimes like shoplifting to help to clear the pavements. I'd just like to commend Councillor Stevens and Councillor Stevens for the work that they've carried out on this.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. I'm not sure who the correct person to answer that would be. Do you want to save it until the end?
Well, I was just going to say, I hope you'll see that's covered in recommendation C, because absolutely, yeah, no, you're right, Councillor Hill. That they are a group of people that we would love to help support us in this activity.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Councillor Julian.
Thank you, Chair. Our parish, I've been speaking to our parishes up in North Devon, and they are working hard, and I've tried to convince them to weed our parish, which they're doing, or we employ somebody to weed round there. However, you get outside, some of them join up to the main road, and you've got a roundabout, and it's a mess. But, you know, they can't go weeding round a roundabout because you get run over. So, you know, we need the county to make it look nice. I mean, you know, we are a county with not only farming, but we have holiday people come down here. And when they see a roundabout absolutely disgustingly dirty, full of weeds and God knows what, we should be cleaning it. I mean, we can't go weeding round dangerous bits, but we do weed our patch. And I understand from our Councillor Brazil, you know, he's absolutely right. You know, they've admitted, we don't have any money. It's already been our local HETOC. It said, we're not doing the weeds. We haven't got any money. Simple as. So where do we go with that? We can't come into the county and somebody sees a mess. You know, all the parishes are doing their best, Chair. And I think that, you know, we should step up to the plate and just do the essentials. It would look nice. And I mean, we're not asking an arm and a leg for this sort of thing. But it was in the budget years ago as sign cleaning and weeding. So I don't know why they're throwing it out. Perhaps we're too broke, really, Chair, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Julian. Councillor Fife-Cook, please.
I think there's a major difference between town and country. And I can understand that a lot of the pathways are difficult in towns. In the countryside, I think we've touched on it quite well here. One of the gentlemen said that driving home tonight, the roads are more important. Well, it is if you're in a car. It's not if you're on a push bike or you're walking or you're pushing a pram. So in many areas and many of our villages, we have virtual footpaths, which are almost impossible for people to use with prams because they're not trimmed back. Now, quite a few years ago, there was a move, and I think it was a very good move, where we tried to give parish councils a little bit of seed money, as the gentleman said over there. Sorry, I didn't know your name. And what they did was the local people came out and tidied up the areas, which was great. The only problem is where it fell over is we hadn't considered, it wasn't this particular council, but we hadn't considered that when the people took all that rubbish to the dump, they were then getting charged as commercial waste. That's just should have been sorted out. But that could have been sorted out with composting schemes. And we used to do a lot of composting schemes in the countryside, and there's no reason why you can't do it in towns or cities. And I think we ought to look at that to somehow try and find a little bit of seed money to help people, help us really and help themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fife-Cook. Councillor Cox, please.
Just want to say that in Timoth we've got the gorilla gardens. I like that one, the tidy monkeys. I like that. So, and we've also got Timoth in blue. But what Devon County Council could possibly do is bulk buy public liability insurance. So the groups would still pay for that, but Devon County Council could get economies of scale. Could buy tools, could get public liability insurance and give it out to the local groups. Could pay Devon County to have that insurance and provide training. That would, I think, help local communities to use their volunteers to clear up our streets.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. And next is Councillor Tildesley.
Thank you, Chair. You councillors, you'll all be receiving an email soon from Green Futures Devon, which is a fantastic CIC based in Teambridge, that is currently trying to conduct a survey of all the 362 local councils in Devon, all the way down to parish council level. And they are exploring innovative initiatives, which is hard to say, innovative initiatives in weed management, exactly what this motion is calling for. Their work is incredible. They met in the summer in Newton Abbot. Over 100 representatives from local councils across Devon met to discuss innovative ways of dealing with exactly this problem. So when you receive that email, I strongly recommend that you engage with them. They're a brilliant organisation that are really working hard. Similarly, we've got one in Bishop's Taunton just called the Clean Team, which doesn't really roll off the tongue in the same way. But thank you.
Thank you. Now, I have a number of 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 more people to speak. I'm not going to take any more people on this. Time is rushing by. We do have a limited time for all motions, so just bear that in mind. Councillor Biedermann, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Shameless plug for the 60-minute spruce in Fremington. That's our answer to it. So, but yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, I think, you know, at the start of the debate today, we were talking about young people and children and the challenges there. And I reflect and think we can deal with weeds, and we can take that pride in our communities, working with partners to help clean weeds and pavements and trim hedges and etc. What we haven't got the ability to do as members of the public is deal with, you know, children that really are suffering with real complex needs. So, you know, the reality is we have only got a limited budget. You know, do we want to make sure that we're looking after our most vulnerable, or do we want to be, you know, spending the money on cleaning weeds? I absolutely agree with Councillor Stevens. You know, it'd be wonderful, wouldn't it, to drive through Devon and not see any weeds, etc. But I think the reality is we know where our priorities should be, and we as elected members need to work with our communities to be able to do a lot of work. I know there's the Barnstable in Bloom in Barnstable, like I say, our 60-minute spruces. I gave some locality money to our parish council to enable a member of their team to be able to carry out a lot of this work. What I would say is I think where those communities are making a real effort, you know, and there are those difficult strategic areas like roundabouts where it wouldn't be safe, it would be nice if we can, you know, help. Almost like, is there a way of having some sort of incentive scheme where parishes and community groups are stepping up, that the county council can find a bit of budget to clear up those areas that it isn't safe for a community group to do. But yeah, I think it's wonderful just hearing the few ideas that people have come up with here today. You know, we can do it in our communities, take back a bit of civic pride, you know, and get out there ourselves. So, like I say, thank you to the Fremington Community Group and Fremington Parish Council for all the efforts they've made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Biedermann. Councillor Salis.
Thank you very much, Chair. 14 years ago, I set up Tidy Tabby, which is now ably managed by volunteers, which we actually do pick up litter and we do weeding, and also there are volunteers that clean road signs and what have you, where safe. And for the record, I'd just like to thank all the volunteers that do this. Tomorrow I'm meeting with Highways and the Probation Service, and I want to secure something which I'm hoping to bring to full council, where we have a systematic approach where we can access the thousands of unused hours which the community payback should rightly use. So watch this space, and thank you.
Oops, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Salis. Councillor Eade.
Thank you. Yeah. So this is a big point of frustration with my residents as well as it is with many of ours. And I feel like the amended motion doesn't really move us on a huge amount, but I do appreciate the cost constraints that we're working under. We've got to do what we can with the budgets we've got. I know the original motion specifically mentioned bushes, and I do think that there needs to be a more proactive measure taken to the woody shrubs, like the buddleias, which will start growing year on year, get bigger and bigger, they don't disappear in the winter, and it becomes an issue down the road, and it's easier to nip it in the bud, as it were, to take it out sooner. So we could be more proactive, I think, in our dealing with it. Also, yeah, so we've got the budget restraints, so working with our communities is a way of doing it. And in Exeter, there's a great organisation called Good Gym. I think they might work nationally as well, where you can just call them up and ask them to come down to your street and help you with any activity you want, really. And we've used them in my division, and they did a great job of clearing a lot of these woody shrubs out of this residence street, which had just become completely unmanageable for them. So they came down, they had tools, and big group of them, and they got it cleared really quickly. So yeah, there are a lot of local community groups that can help as well. Ideally, we wouldn't rely on them, but they are there.
Thank you, Councillor Eade. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. From the City of Exeter, for those who's town, country and city of Exeter, we do have the same issues that Councillor Eade has just kindly pointed out, but without a parish structure within the city, most of us are working with local residents associations. I've got numerous ones in my ward, and as I say, you often get the combined litter pick and the weeding pick. And I'd just like to say how much I'm in total agreement with Councillor Fife Cook on the issue of how then you dispose of these bags of materials, because I've often had an interesting discussion with Exeter City Council to get them to remove them. And I often feel that we need a little bit more joined up thinking between the county and the district, and particularly in Exeter, in regard to how the community, through residents groups and other associations, as Councillor Eade has just mentioned, can help resolve some of these problems. Because as the leader pointed out at the beginning, often when you're on the doorstep, it's the immediate things that people point out. They're saying, I'm paying my £1,500 by £2,000 a year, and you can't even keep the streets clean. Now, I know it's a question of priorities, we all do, and we all know the problems that local government funding faces at the moment, but I think we genuinely have to try to set some partnerships up with, particularly in Exeter, with our local residents and the City Council to ensure we can get the best out of the community assets that we've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. And lastly, Councillor McGough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to see highways engage more with parish councils and town councils for the road warden scheme, which you already do, but just provide more training for the operatives on there, and it becomes more beneficial, because I work with Northern Town Council. I go out doing the weeding. They've got a lovely ripper machine at the moment that we're going around, because unfortunately their town council refused to do any weed spraying around the area, not glyphosate. They just refused to do it, and this is what puts us in the backlog really of the trouble with the weeding of the pavements. But I tend to go out all the time when I'm trying to do this. I do early hours in the morning, because I can get to the road junctions in early hours in the morning, which is a bit safer doing it at busy times of the day. But a road warden scheme's more proactive. But what I will touch on is Torridge Bridge, if you're in North Devon, and Lenwood Viaduct. When the county council clean the drains, don't remove the blockage from the drains and chuck it back on the pavements. It's total neglect. It washes back into the highway, into the drain again. These are A roads, and they're being neglected. It's being neglected by highways. How many more times have I got to email highways to say, remove the blockage from the drains and take it away with you? Clean the tracheitis on the pavements, then you don't have the issue. This is an A road. This is 2 bridges. It's absolutely paramount. Lenwood Viaduct has a major problem. It's not being looked at by Devon County Council. It floods. It's an A road. Buckley Lights was put in for safety, for no right turns on the A road, okay? If you're local like I am on that area, you come there, it floods every time it rains. There's a major problem. I want it made publicly. Highways just don't seem to be looking at this. So Meg Booth, please come and look at it. It needs to be done. The tracheitis on the pavements needs to be cleared. Clear the bridges. It's absolutely disgusting.
Thank you, Councillor McGough. I'm now going to move back to the Leader of the Council to, you have a right of reply, Councillor Brazil, and then we're going to move to the vote.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And look, it's obviously a big issue. It's frustrating for everyone, but I'm afraid we are where we are, and I think that the cabinet minutes and the recommendations are where we are. I should say that we've got a paper coming to cabinet this month, or is it next month? Is it January? Next week, which is all about community involvement with highways, and hopefully that will strengthen that. And so many of the issues that councillors have raised here will give the opportunity for communities to feel that they are being listened to by highways now, and that they can be more proactive and do many of the things that they want to do. But like I said, I hope people will support this as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. So I'm now going to move to the vote, which is on the Cabinet recommendation to become the substantive motion. Yeah, good. Karen is nodding. Excellent. Thank you very much. So can I ask you, all those in favour of the Cabinet recommendation being the substantive motion? All those in favour? Okay, thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? So that is carried. So that now is the substantive motion. So we'll now move straight to the vote. And yeah, okay, so those in favour of that motion? Okay, thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Lovely, that is carried. Thank you. I'm just going to now pause briefly because I need to go. So, sorry, another chair's appointment. So bear with us just for a couple of minutes while Councillor Dawson takes my place. Thank you so much for so far how this meeting has been going. Thank you.
could you take your seats now, please? Thank you. I would like it noted that the chair very unkindly took the cushion, so I will too need paracetamol shortly. Okay, so we're moving on to item 16, another notice of motion. So this is the tackling the ADHD crisis in Devon policy reform and accountability. The Council is asked to consider its response to the notice of motion on tackling the ADHD crisis in Devon policy reform and accountability previously referred to Cabinet, shown at Cabinet Minute 103C and outlined on the agenda. So, as we mentioned before, Councillor Neil Stevens had to go to an appointment. So, Councillor Tony Stevens, you have the chance to address the Council covering the original motion, and you have up to 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. It won't take 7 minutes. As a parent who's been through this process, I can tell you that things have not improved. They've become harder. Family centres have closed, assessment units are gone, and Matford Lodge has shut its doors. These were vital lifelines for families like ours. Our son was diagnosed with ADHD and later autism. Thanks to early intervention, help and support, he developed better social skills and went on to university, earned a master's degree in chemistry and is now a development chemist. I do not want children like Sam to miss out on the early intervention they desperately need. That is why I'm happy to support the Council's recommendations. Thank you.
That was well under 7 minutes. Much appreciated. Thank you. So I'll come to the leader, Councillor Brazil, now to move the Cabinet's recommendation as outlined on the agenda.
Yes, thank you. So I'll move the recommendations, the council recommendations, and really I can't add any more from what Councillor Stevens has said. You know, the fact that, and that's a wonderful story to hear that, and that's what we want to try and achieve for all the children in Devon who find themselves in that position. So I hope everyone will be able to support the recommendations as they've come from Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you. Followed by your seconder, Councillor Arnott.
Happy to second the motion, Chair. Thank you.
I will now ask the mover if they can indicate that they accept the Cabinet's recommendation, and I understand from Cabinet meeting that this is the position.
Yes, I do accept it. Thanks, Chair.
That being the case, the Cabinet recommendation is now the motion on the table for debate, and I open the floor for debate. So does any other member wish to speak? If you put your hands up, can you keep them up for a minute so we can get them all down, please? Not the flurry I was expecting. How disappointing. So we'll go to Councillor Bickley first, please.
Thank you. Do I still call you Chair now? Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that yesterday we had a meeting of our Accelerated Progress Plan, which was really fascinating. Hey, oh, hello. I'm coming and going. The change in policy really coming through all the conversations. So just to say, it was very much Councillor Stevens leading to a needs-led approach, not a diagnosis-led approach, and talking about how to recognise private assessments much quicker and make sure that the diagnostics are really clear about how they're going to get accepted to move on the waiting lists. I share your background, I think, with my son also having problems as he went through school, and you know, to see him thrive now and coming through a system that almost failed him, and we were very lucky that he made it through. So it's always at the forefront of my mind, and I know officers from right across the partnership feel the same. So I do think that this motion is now right, and I think it's great that you brought it to our attention. So thank you.
Thanks very much. And then we come to Councillor Julian, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do support this motion. However, it is with central government. They wanted to open the community hospitals and many other outlets to help people, and we feel that they're not moving fast enough to help these most vulnerable people. And and he's very lucky that he got the help that he got for his child to move forward. But, you know, to keep waiting and waiting for these vulnerable children before they get seen is very frustrating. And if this council can speed it up or, you know, and talk more and keep it all together, I think we could go places. It's just that, and it's not a statement, I think we need to grapple with the community hospitals as well as any other places that we can to get it all together so we can help the children, the vulnerable children, so we can then move on. It is critical that we get this together and, you know, move it along. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We then come to Councillor Tilsley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I very much welcome in the amended motion, or the substantive motion even, the writing of a letter to the Health Secretary. It was announced today, I've just pulled it up here, that West Streeting is ordering a review into mental health and ADHD diagnosis. This concerns me and I feel it should concern the Council. The Secretary of State for Health has previously said there is an overdiagnosis of ADHD and similar conditions. We have a crisis of young people not being able to get the diagnosis they need to get the support that they need. That kind of language saying that we're over-diagnosing this is unhelpful. So I strongly and very agree about this motion asking for this letter, and I really hope that Councillor Brazil includes in his letter a recommendation that we change the language around this debate. Thank you.
Thank you. There's nobody else waiting to speak, is that what we've missed? No. So coming down to the leader to speak.
Thank you. I think it's all been said.
Thank you. So we now need to vote for this to become the substantive. Can I see hands in the air, please, for those who approve? Thank you. And anyone against? Anyone abstaining? Okay, that's carried. So that's now the substantive. So we'll move straight to the vote. So can I see hands in the air to vote for this as the main motion, please? Thank you. Any against, please? And anybody abstaining? Nope, that's carried then. Thank you. So on to item 17, which is community evidence in pavement parking enforcement. For this item, the Council is asked to consider its response to the notice of motion on community evidence in pavement parking enforcement, previously referred to Cabinet, shown at Cabinet Minute 103D and outlined on the agenda. So again, this was the work of Councillor Neil Stevens, who's been very busy, but is not currently here. So Councillor Tony Stevens, you've got up to 7 minutes again to introduce, please.
Thank you, Chair. You'll be surprised to know this will not last 7 minutes. Pavement parking is not a minor inconvenience. It's becoming an urgent and genuine antisocial problem across our community. Every week we see prams forced into the road, wheelchair users blocked and cyclists swerving into traffic, and even fire engines struggling to get through narrow streets. Residents are doing their bit by taking photos and reporting it, but right now the evidence can't be used to enforce the law. That's why this motion matters. We need to act urgently, use community intelligence properly, target enforcement where it's needed, and push nationally for the rules to change. Our residents deserve safe, accessible streets, and we cannot delay this any longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Leader, will you now move the Cabinet's recommendation as outlined on the agenda, please?
Yes, so I will move the Cabinet recommendations as outlined in the agenda. Just to say that the frustration I think we all have is that we're waiting for national legislation to catch up with us, whereas pavement parking is indeed an offence and can be enforced in Scotland and I believe in London. It's not so across the rest of the country. They've been reviewing it for some time. It's quite clear that needs to be the case, that we can enforce against it, and the sooner they do it, the better. Thank you.
And your seconder, Councillor Arnott.
Happy to second, Chair, thank you.
I'll now ask the mover, or the person speaking for the mover, if they indicate that they accept the Cabinet's recommendation. And I do understand that's the position.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do accept the recommendations.
Thank you. That being the case, the Cabinet recommendation is now the motion on the table for debate, and I open the floor for debate. And again, if there's going to be a flurry of hands, please keep them up for a moment so we can take note. My, what a flurry. So we'll go to Councillor Julian first, please.
Thank you, Chair. I find this bizarre. I was a policeman for 20 years, and when I patrolled, anybody who was parked on the pavement, we took their number, we measured the lamppost, took the lamppost number, and then we measured it all up. We never had technology like we've got today with cameras and everything. And then we took it all back, and then they fined the person that parked their car on the pavement. It was the law. You don't park on the pavement. The law seems to have thrown it in the bin and just let everybody do what they like. It is crazy to say, well, we need a motion, like the Councillor Brazil said, and which you do, but isn't it sad that it is a law and it hasn't been retracted, and yet we're going to do it again? I mean, it's beggars belief, really. I mean, I've been doing it for that many years. I haven't, you know, when I was a policeman. But it's mad. It's totally mad. And it's just like the cyclists. You know, you've got cycle things, and then you've got people cycling where you're not supposed to be cycling. And years ago, when I was a policeman, anybody caught cycling, we got them off the bike, fined them, and they used to spit feathers everywhere because they were so upset. And now they're cycling everywhere and nicking everybody's stuff. I find this bizarre that we do not have the police getting to grips with this, and you know, shame on them really, basically, and now we've got to do it. Do you understand what I mean? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Then we'll come to Councillor Rake, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to suggest that we add to the recommendation the fact that reports be passed to the police, because I think they should be made well aware of these problems. If we're adding a function to the reported feature, then but can do nothing about it, then we can at least pass them along to the cops so that they can have a peek at it and hopefully have a word with someone.
Can I ask the leader to clarify, is that, would you say that's reflected already in the work that's been done, please?
I mean, it doesn't specifically say that. What it does do is, and which I'm delighted with, is that we are going to introduce, so where we've got a problem with parking on pavements, that will be added so people can put that in. And then enforcement officers presumably can take pictures and then pass it on to the police. I mean, of course, people are perfectly entitled to do that themselves and pass them on to the police now. I think there's some confusion here, is that if a footway is being blocked by a car and it's causing an impediment, that is an offence and the police should enforce it, but that's not us. Where, you know, and sometimes that can be a moot point. What we want to have is legislation that says if you park on a pavement, and in some place, and then we would say where it would be illegal to park on a pavement, then we can put a fine just like a parking ticket on them. We can't do that at the moment unless they're causing an obstruction, and then it's a police matter. So it's slightly confusing, very frustrating, but we're waiting for national legislation to catch up.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. I was always taught as a child not to disagree with the police, just to keep out their way. But on this, obviously, I fully agree that in the heart of Exeter, in the heart of Barnstaple, we should be very, very aware. And this is something we should definitely support. We do not want pavement parking here, there. However, there are rural communities where pavement parking is the only parking that's actually available. We need to be slightly mindful of those homes that are in far-flung little places in North Devon where actually they may well be parking on the pavement because that's where they park, that's what the community has simply allowed over time, and that's how it has worked for time immemorial, people will be more likely to walk in the streets than to use the pavement because there will be cars there. But of course, with no traffic on the streets, this should be more acceptable. We won't want people randomly reporting a neighbour that's irritated them one day in order to cause them a little bit of trouble because they happen to always park on the pavement. So there is a few checks and balances that might be required and a little bit of common sense in some communities that might be required.
Thank you. Councillor Gent.
Thank you. There seems to be slight confusion here because civil enforcement will enforce against pavement parking where there's double yellow line, as is in fact pointed out in the paper. So it is a civil enforcement matter if there's a double yellow line then and somebody parks on the pavement there. But the police, I go straight to the neighbourhood police officer where the parking on the pavement is potentially dangerous by obstructing wheelchairs and things like that, and the police do take action if pavement parking is considered to be dangerous. Even if they just put something on the windscreen of the vehicle, it usually helps and it gets better for a while.
Thank you. Councillor Carson.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from that, in one of my parishes, we've got a very significant problem with pavement parking. So the recommendation from highways is to introduce double yellow lines, which once you've parked over the double yellow line, that's illegal, so there's some civil enforcement. So eventually that will get to Hattock in about 18 months' time. The cost of the double yellow lines is very expensive, I'm told by our highways officer. So really it would be an ideal situation to have pavement parking made illegal in Devon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We come to Councillor Clist, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, or sorry, Mademoiselle Chairman, I think, if my French is correct, and I don't mean to offend you, I'm trying to be courteous. Oh no, I'm being reprimanded by, oh gosh, I can't win. I don't have a problem with this, but I have to say that in some of the very rural parishes, and I'm slightly concerned that Councillor Bell was going to steal my thunder, some of my very rural parishes would delight in having some pavements that their young families could walk on safely instead of down the middle of the road with the white lines because the cars are parked on both sides legally of the road.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. My only concern with the Cabinet recommendation is I don't think it goes far enough. We've already had 2 or 3 speakers, including the leader, mention what is missing is a redrafting of national legislation to allow us as a local authority to take action. And I would have liked to have seen a further section, say a D, about making representations through the LGA for the government to bring in this legislation at the earliest opportunity. And I wonder if the leader and the mover of this motion would wish that to be added to the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the next. I'm not seeing that the leader wants to speak on that, so I'm going to come back to the next speaker and then see if he wants to indicate. So, Councillor Fife-Cook, please.
I have to agree that in many of the country areas we don't have pavements. It would be very nice to have them. The problem is when we talk about people parking on pavements, we're not just talking about the inconvenience to pedestrians or to cyclists. The problem is in some of our areas, our older houses, crofting houses, whatever, they never had a parking place of any shape or form. So the problem is what they're doing is they're parking on the road, which of course is in narrow roads is making it impossible for anything bigger than a car to get past. So we've had situations where we've had fires out in villages on country roads where the fire trucks can't get to them, the ambulance can't get to them, etc. And I think that we need to look at this again with common sense. Traffic has increased incredibly. We need to make it, if people are not going to act sensibly, then maybe it's something we need to enforce. Thank you.
Thank you. And then to your neighbour, Councillor Davis, please.
Yeah, it's just a really quick point about, I think I've spoken to this, a police officer on this issue before, and there is a problem with photo evidence, and that's because, Chair, if I knew the make and the colour of your car and the registration number, I could AI generate a photograph of you illegally parking this afternoon on my laptop. And that is a problem that they have with photo evidence. So there's plenty to be said about us supporting this legislation and putting it forward, as Councillor Mitchell says, but it will come up against issues with the police. I know this from talking to them. So.
Thank you, and apologies for parking on your laptop earlier. There wasn't room on the cobbles. Councillor Cox.
Yes, I've got a road in my town where they have no choice but to park on the pavement and pedestrians walk in the middle of the road. Now, we did have something called home zones where we let people park, and I don't think we can afford them anymore. But, you know, there's got to be exceptions because there's no choice but to park on the pavement, or otherwise we're going to create a situation where there's nowhere for people to park. It's like I say, if the highway code was enforced to its letter in Teignmouth, you have 300 cars that couldn't park. So we need to be sensible about this. I do appreciate wheelchair users and others not being able to, but we need to have roads that are exceptions to the rule. I do agree. In London, there's a rule, and you can't park on a pavement in London, in Greater London. And we probably do need legislation, but we do need exceptions, and we do need to understand that, you know, people can't park without parking on the pavement to allow fire engines, etc., to get past. And Councillor Connett had a fantastic photograph of our previous MP, Anne-Marie Morris. She had a liveried car parked on WN lines, and he always used to use that.
Thank you. And finally, coming to Councillor Tilsley, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to support what Councillor Mitchell was saying. We need to strengthen our approach, but I'd also like to agree with Councillor Cox that we need to apply some common sense, because my rural communities have no choice. And I'd like to echo what Councillor Clist was saying. We would like to have some more pavements, and la-di-da, he's got white lines. We'd like some of those as well, please. Thank you very much.
If only this was a shopping list for highways today. So we need to now vote for this to become the substantive. Oh, sorry. I totally forgot about your right to reply.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just picking up on Councillor Mitchell's point and Councillor Cox's point that I think he raised there, that actually the last recommendation is absolutely that, because this will go, there's a group called Patrol, which is the parking and traffic regulations outside London. I think, funny enough, that meets up in London to talk about these kinds of issues. And so that's where that push for national legislation to change would come from. Just to reassure members that the legislation, as has been drafted in both Edinburgh and indeed London, I think is that there absolutely are exceptions. So where you've got a residential street where people traditionally park on the pavements, half on the pavement, half not, those would be exceptions, and so you would be allowed to. It's not a blanket ban per se. Obviously that would take time to draw up where it is, but what it hopefully would do is just to stop those inconsiderate people who just do park on the pavement because they can get away with it. Anyway, so I hope councillors will support the recommendations from the Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do need to vote for this to become, for the Cabinet recommendation to become the substantive, and then we can deal with the amendment that has been suggested. Okay. Okay. So if I can see hands in the air to approve this to become the substantive, please. Thank you. Anybody against? Anybody abstaining? Thank you. So that becomes that's now the substantive motion. So does anybody want to bring an amendment? Councillor Mitchell and then Councillor Rake.
Just for clarification, the reason I raised the question of the minutes, and I do take Councillor, the leader's word about legislation being dealt with by this issue of patrol, the way that C is worded at the moment, it appears to me, unless my understanding of the English language, that the scope of legislation only relates to submitting of recordings or photographs. I don't think, whilst I take his assurance that the matter of broader legislation will be discussed during that, I just wonder whether we need to amend that wording slightly to ensure that we've got that intent there, whereas at the moment my belief is the intent of C is only in relation to that one aspect of recording and photographs. But as I say, I'm more than willing to accept the leader's reassurance that this matter will be raised with that group.
So can I confirm you said you're more than happy to accept the reassurance, you don't wish to put forward an amendment?
I'm happy to accept the reassurance of the leader. Thank you.
Thank you. So I come to Councillor Rake, please, about an amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to formally move an amendment that we systematically pass reported locations where this is a problem onto the police, not offenders, but so that they can incorporate that in their own work as a partner organisation.
Thank you. So we need to just clarify the wording of that. So give us a moment and then we'll be looking for a seconder.
Would you like to just say that again? Then I'm absolutely clear on what the ask is.
Yes,
So
report. So at the end of A, to add, and that reported locations, and that the police be informed of reported locations so that they can consider any action that they may wish to take. For example.
Councillor McGough, can I check, were you just putting your hand up to second?
Yes, I was, Chair. Yeah, happy to second that.
I think we already had one from Councillor Tilsley. He beat you to it by about 3 seconds, I'm afraid.
Never said anything.
Too
so
slow.
I beat him to it.
So has everybody heard the wording for that amendment? Is everybody happy that that's what they're voting on? Yeah, we've had it proposed and seconded. So if we can vote just on this amendment now, please.
Sorry. If I may, if we could just debate that. I'm slightly concerned with that because what we're asking to happen there is that a member of the public reports on our report a problem page that someone's parked on the pavement, and then they're making us report that to the police. Well, we've no idea whether that's a vexatious report or not. So I think if you then go on to B, which says to use such submissions to prioritise enforcement patrols in areas of enforcement and inform civil enforcement who can then record contraventions with direct observations. And then I think if we put and report to the police if required. But I think if we do it from that first bit, we are, slightly leaving ourselves open to being led by what is not actually, concrete evidence, let's say.
Thank you. Councillor Tilsley.
Thank you. On that point, community speed watchers report traffic volumes and traffic speed. They are entrusted to pass that data on to the police. I feel like this is a very similar situation where they pass it on. The police are then able to incorporate that into their patrols, not necessarily act on specific accusations and reports. They get the ability to act on trends. Data is what they're after, not specifics. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fife-Cook, please.
I was only going to say that information is power, and the fact is the more information we can report to highways, they can look at situations where maybe something done by highways can solve some of these problems. So any opportunity to be able to receive information from the public, we should be very grateful for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll just put a little list together. Hold on one second. Councillor Mitchell, you can go ahead.
Support what the leader stated. My concern, as has been mentioned earlier, is vexatious, altered pictures, neighbourhood complaints against neighbour, etc., which might have no validity, being reported on our site and then automatically being sent on to the police. I believe the caveat that the leader has mentioned in relation to B provides that filter service through a legitimate authority ourselves to pass on what information we believe is credible or important to draw to the police's attention. So I would support his suggested change of wording to B rather than the suggested wording present on A.
Councillor Gent.
Already said.
Okay. Councillor Rake.
I'm happy to accept the leader's fine-tuning of my amendment to put it in at the end of section B rather than section A. If my seconder is as well.
If it's still going in, then yeah, I'll still second it.
I'm sorry, the thumbs up got in before you, Councillor McGough. You're gonna have to stand up a bit quicker, I'm afraid. So we've got the final reply from the leader, please. Sorry, that's you, Councillor Brazil.
Contemplating whether to stand up quickly or not for a second. No. Look, I'm very pleased that we've moved that to B. Very happy for that, so that we, you know, as and when we will report that to police, and hopefully they will act. So yeah, with that, I'll accept that amendment as is. That's my minor amendment on section B. And with that, I hope that members feel that they can support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to come to Karen just to clarify so everyone knows what they're voting on for this amendment, please. If Karen knows.
I'm slightly losing the plot here, I think. Just to clarify, what was proposed to go at the end of A is going at the end of B. Is that right? So it's, and that the police be informed of reporting locations so any appropriate action can be taken. Is that okay?
Works for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll take a vote on that amendment then, please. All in favour, hands up.
As proposed with the first one, I've accepted that amendment, so I don't think we need to vote on that amendment. It's just...
Okay, so we now have no amendments, I'm afraid, Councillor McGough. So we're going to vote then on the substantive, which includes that little change to A, B, wherever we were. All hands up, please, to support the motion. And anybody against? And anybody abstaining? Okay, lovely, thanks very much. Carried. So we come to item 18, notice of motion. This is a new one, the Armed Forces Covenant and Armed Forces Bill. The first new notice of motion is from Councillor Davis and would normally be referred to Cabinet. However, I understand it is the wish of the Council that this motion be debated today. For that to happen, I'll now ask the Council to vote on taking that motion today. Just before I do that, there may be a number of people who are in the armed forces, have previously been in the armed forces, or have families serving or have served. Any debate on this motion does not constitute a disclosable pecuniary interest, but a number of you may have a personal interest. The Council's monitoring officer, to my right, is authorised, following consultation with the Chair of the Standards Committee, to determine requests from the members for dispensations where it is appropriate in the circumstances of the case of, or where, for instance, a significant number of members would be prevented from participating in any item of business, or the representation of political groups would be upset so as to impede or affect the likely outcome of the transaction of the vote or vote upon that item of business. Everybody got that? Okay. I therefore advise that a dispensation has been granted to all those who are armed forces, former armed forces, or have family or households as armed forces personnel. And I will now move to the vote. So this is to vote for it to be debated today. All those in favour, please. Anybody against? And anybody abstaining? Okay, that's carried. So I now ask any members if they need to declare an interest.
They've got dispensation.
Sorry, it's in my bit here. So I now call upon Councillor Davis to move a slightly amended notice of motion as outlined on the order paper with the consent of the Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members of the Council, I rise today to introduce a critical notice of motion concerning our unwavering commitment to the men and women who serve or have served in His Majesty's Armed Forces, their families and our vital cadet force leaders. In recent years, the global security landscape has shifted fundamentally. We often hear from our military leadership about the growing pressures and the changing character of warfare. As Air Chief Marshal Sir Richard Knighton, who is now the Chief of Defence Staff as from September, made clear very recently, the nature of conflict is evolving rapidly. He stated that threats are changing and we need to modernise, we need to invest and improve the readiness. He added that we must ensure that we in the UK are able to adapt our armed forces faster than our adversary. Make no doubt, this is already happening to our personnel who are in the armed forces. This strategic imperative for readiness rests squarely on the resilience and commitment of our armed forces community. Here in Devon, this community is particularly significant. The 2021 census revealed that approximately 49,000 people in Devon, I'll repeat that, 49,000 people in Devon, identified as UK Armed Forces veterans, representing 5.1% of our population aged 16 or over, a figure that is substantially above the national average of 3.8%. Their presence is woven into the very fabric of our county. We are already committed to supporting them. Devon County Council has been a signatory of the Armed Forces Covenant since its establishment in May 2011, acknowledging the nation's moral obligation to support this community. Furthermore, we proudly achieved the Silver Award in the Employers' Recognition Scheme in August 2020, demonstrating our commitment to fair recruitment, support for reservists and awareness of defence-related policies. Crucially, in November 2022, the Covenant became a legal obligation, requiring public bodies like ours to formally consider the needs of armed forces community in areas like housing, healthcare and education. Today's motion is the next essential step in fulfilling both that moral and legal duty. It calls for us to move from good commitment to best practice. Firstly, we resolve to strive towards achieving the Employers' Recognition Scheme Gold Award. Specifically, this will require us to formally consider extra paid leave for our cadet force leaders. These dedicated volunteers are the lifeblood of youth development, and recognising their training commitments is a necessary investment in the future of our country. Secondly, we propose to re-establish a staff and elected members Armed Force Covenant Group. This confidential, and I do stress confidential space, dedicated to serving personnel, veterans and their close family members, will serve both as a peer support network and vital advisory group to ensure Devon County Council's policies are genuinely informed by their lived experience. And then I'm asking Cabinet to explore further options for further recognition of the armed forces community, including households of service personnel, to have their treatment as if it was protected characteristic under the equalities legislation. This is about sending the clearest possible message that we value their service. We will actively seek to remove any disadvantage they may face as a result of that service. This motion is a necessary evolution of our Covenant commitment, reflecting the scale of the armed forces community in Devon and the new legal duties placed upon us. I urge all members to support this notice of motion and ensure Devon County Council continues to lead the way in supporting those who defend our nation.
Thank you very much. I believe your original seconder is not here, but we have a seconder in Councillor Beedman over there.
I'm sorry, my seconder is Councillor Ledbetter.
Okay, Councillor Ledbetter, you now have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Although I believe previously you said it was because it's already been seconded, that's sufficient. I'm happy.
You don't have to speak. You just
happy to second it.
You just have the right to speak. That's all.
I'll reserve that.
So I now open the floor for debate. So does any other member wish to speak? And please hold your hands up for a minute so we can get some names down, please. So, Councillor Clist, I'll come to you first, please.
Thank you very much indeed. I've been told I have to call you Chair, so I will stick to what I've been told.
I'd appreciate that, thanks.
Thank you. And not wishing to be controversial. Firstly, Councillor Davis and Councillor Ledbetter, thank you very much for bringing this, this motion forward. I think we can all empathise and support. But I would like included the very last part of my report today, where there were 3 things that were highlighted. One, that the covenant duty will expand during the next year to include, and there is social care, childcare, employment, so I think there's a mirror there. Secondly, that there will be an introduction of Armed Forces Commissioner, and thirdly, that the DCC policies and plans will need to be reviewed and aligned with anticipated changes to ensure compliance, reducing any risk of challenge and reputational damage. So I think it dovetails very nicely into that motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tilsley.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I also wanted to thank Councillor Davis for bringing this motion, and especially the recommendation that we try and achieve the Gold Award. As a cadet force leader of 12 years, I've seen firsthand the impact that the cadet forces in Devon have on our most disadvantaged children and the adult volunteers themselves. It is completely life-changing. A University of Northampton study in 2016 found that the cadet forces nationally is one of the greatest tools for social mobility that this country has ever seen, suggesting that there is annually £120 million worth of benefit or return on investment, as they say, for every pound, for the funding that we put into the cadet forces. So thank you very much. I strongly support this motion, especially the bit about cadet force leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank Councillor Davis for bringing this forward and Councillor Ledbetter for seconding it. It seems like years ago now, but it was only the 13th of September 2024 where at East Devon District Council I was able to sign the Armed Forces Covenant there with Major Mark Latham, RM, and picking up on Councillor Davis's astonishing data really here. In East Devon we have 8,509 East Devon residents with a direct connection to the armed forces. That's 5.7% of the whole population. And of those, unfortunately, 60% are over 65. Well, that's good news, they're over 65, but more than 9% of those are in very bad health. 620 of them live in social rented households, and 940 live in the private rented sector. So effectively it's a community of people who have not, possibly like most of us, had the benefit of an unearned gain by sitting on a property for the last 20 or 30 years because they have lived in the service of the country effectively itinerant lives. So I couldn't support you more in this, Councillor Davis, through you, Chair, and I think I agree with Councillor Tilsley as well. You know, let's go for gold and do all we can. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you. I support this petition. Something that sticks out in it is the reference to the Equality Act and making service in the armed forces a protected characteristic. It seems like quite an odd thing to ask, but if I tell you a story about something that happened to me quite often while I was serving, and a lot of people who are in this room have served will also recognise it. When you are serving in the armed forces and you decide to go out on a night out with all of your friends, you're quite often told that you can't come into this club or this pub because you are in the armed forces. This happens all the time in Exeter. You get to the door and the club owner says you can't come into this pub because you serve in the armed forces. Now, this is blatant discrimination. You wouldn't be able to ban somebody from coming into a public venue because they have any of the other 9 protected characteristics. It is possible that the reason members of the armed forces are banned from going into pubs and clubs is because a lot of the time on CTC Commander Training Centre, they're on curfews. So they go into the pub and they don't get to spend money until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever time it finishes. So the recruits that go into the pub or the club end up having to go home early because they can't get in anywhere, because it's possible that the venues would prefer to have students from Exeter University who will stay there and spend more money. It's a complete myth that people in the armed forces cause more fights and more trouble than anybody else, because if you're in training in the armed forces, you have your whole career to lose if you get into a fight in town. So I think that the motivation for banning people from going into pubs and clubs is more financial than trouble-based. And I just wanted to make everybody aware that it is quite an important aspect of this motion to include it in the Equality Act. I actually started an e-petition in 2010 related to this. It got to 10,000 signatures, and it was the only e-petition that did not receive a government response that year.
Thank you very much. Councillor Julian.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Davies. I think that's brilliant, and seconded by Councillor Ledbetter. But I just wanted to say that up in Bideford, Councillor Barry, he's out there sort of looking around for the homelessness, and of course some of the armed forces do get homeless. You know, they straight away when they're out of the service, because they've been looked after, they have nowhere else to go. And I have to say that Councillor Barry, even though I'm talking on his behalf, but he found this chap, and this ex-military chap could not believe that the councillor has gone up to him and say, you know, we'll find you a place. And he got onto the charity. And I have to highlight this because he got onto the charity and he actually found him a flat. He could not believe that somebody, a councillor, would come and see him and others. He got other ordinary people as well off the streets. He actually cleared Bideford. I mean, you know, he won't take his hat off to that. I mean, it's just, I feel that he's done an excellent job. And that's what we've got to do. We've got to look after our ex-servicemen because they are lonely. And especially at this time of year when they're even more lonely, when there's nobody about to talk to. So, yes, brilliant, Councillor Davies. I think, you know, you're doing a fantastic job. And the more we can promote this, the better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And then Councillor Fife-Cook, please.
It's always difficult to follow you. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. I do declare an interest because I'm ex-services, but from 50 years ago. And it's very difficult sometimes to explain to people who aren't services how service people all over the world know other service people all over the world. And the reason for that is that when you sign up for the services, you are signing a blank cheque. That blank cheque could cost you your life. That takes certain types of people. That's why when people leave the services, quite often the first 2 years is disastrous. It's very, very hard for people who've done many years in the service to be able to assimilate back into civilian life. I remember when I came out how difficult it was for me. And I had quite a few trades. I think that we should aim for gold, and I think we should honour the people who are prepared to put their lives on the line. I really do. In anything, it's not just the services. So I absolutely support this, and I applaud you for bringing it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Biedermann.
Thank you, Chair. And can I reiterate my thanks, Andrew? This is a fantastic motion and one that we should all support, in my opinion, because, you know, our service personnel really are our heroes, aren't they? But behind every hero, there's a family and you know, left at home that also play their part. And I think, you know, Ian Room, a former councillor, made a statement in the House this week regarding special educational needs. And often when service personnel are moved from one authority area to another, their special educational need doesn't go with them, and they have to spend up to a year trying to get that support that they needed in their previous authority. So I hope with this that we incorporate that, because like you say, our service personnel have to move around the country, and it's unfair that children miss out further. It's bad enough that mum or dad might be away serving the country, but then not to get the support at school when they get moved, you know, I think it's quite sad. So I hope, you know, I really welcome this motion, but hopefully we can pick up on that and get, because it does need to be a countrywide issue, because at the same time we'll have Devon families moving to other parts of the country. So I really hope that we can pick up on that. And yeah, brilliant motion. Well done, Andrew.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Biedermann has just mentioned many of the things I wanted to say. Obviously, the MP for North Devon was a member of the armed forces and chose to stay, as many people do, in North Devon once he left the services. Yeah, it is really talking with the families at RMB Chivna, which is within my division. They do speak that there is an element of discrimination. It does happen. I think it is less in our area, but it does still happen that family members are discriminated against, and this is why it's important, and I thank Councillor Davies for including them within the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Keeling.
Thank you, Chair, and I feel very passionate about this as an ex-armed forces, as many are here, but not as old as Councillor Five Cook, who I think joined when there was first creation of the armed forces. But if I can actually say, as armed forces champion for Teambridge, we are in a position where we can help people. I remember back in the day when 5,000 armed forces personnel were cut out by the present government, and I saw colleagues that had lost their job, lost their home, lost their livelihood, all in one day, and that was a terrible thing. But I'm so pleased that this council is stepping up, and I thank Councillor Davies for doing that. Let's head for gold on that. It's so important to the armed forces personnel. The only thing that we can do at Teambridge is help them on the ladder up on the housing, and have done so, and just see how that housing element is addressed for them, that they don't have to worry. I had one particular ex-forces who was living on a flat on a busy street, and he had a condition that made it, you know, so terrible for him just to live his life there. But we managed to find him a new house which accommodated his dogs and himself. And I remember his up on the moors, actually it was, and probably not far from Councillor Fife Cook, who lives up there. But he was so pleased, he wrote me a personal letter. Now, to get a handwritten letter nowadays is something special. But I'd just like to thank everyone that's supporting the armed forces. So important to them.
Thank you. And Councillor Fry.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I'm really glad that you've pulled this forward. There are a lot of us in the room that have signed that cheque. The most important thing to me is right now that we show that we support our armed forces, because we need to show that we care and that we will support them in the future. Otherwise, how can we expect the next generation to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of the list of speakers. I'm going to come to Councillor Ledbetter because you reserved your reply for the end. Do you wish to speak? Okay, so back to Councillor Davis, please.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you all for being so supportive. I just want to highlight something that hasn't come out, that we have a lot of members of staff. Maria will be able to tell me how many members of staff we've got. And I want you to remember that some of those members of staff, their spouses or their children could well be serving members of the armed forces. And I can tell you that within this building, there's one particular member of staff who was very supportive of me when I was going through a difficult time earlier this year in my own household. And that peer support group is going to be so important as looks like we're heading towards rougher waters than we're in now. So just when you're dealing with staff, you don't know what's going on as well in their home lives, and the uncertainty of when you have somebody that is in the armed forces in your household. I want to thank Councillor Biedermann because, yes, they are all heroes, but of course I think the ones in my house are the big best heroes, but they'd be heroes anyway, but they are. And I think that this afternoon it's been a vital, I'm going to say this evening because it's got so late, we've had a vital and necessary debate, and one that's been long overdue. I want to thank everyone who's spoken to the principles of this motion. In closing, I want to bring our focus back to the two fundamental reasons why this motion needs to pass today: our legal obligation and the local reality, which Councillor Arnott actually very clearly demonstrated is happening in East Devon. We are a council that proudly signed that Armed Forces Covenant back in 2011. Some of us were there to do that, and making that moral pledge. Since November 2022, this is no longer just a pledge, it's our legal duty to consider the needs of the armed forces community in areas like housing, health and education. So we must demonstrate we take this duty seriously. The local reality, and I'm going to reiterate this, 5.1% of our adult population has served. We must strive for excellence. So this motion elevates our commitment to pursue the Employers' Recognition Scheme Gold. It empowers the community by re-establishing the Armed Forces Covenant Group, and it explores true equality, as we're going to ask Cabinet to explore, treating the armed forces community as if they're from a protected characteristic. This is the ultimate form of recognition, seeking to proactively remove the disadvantage caused by their service. We know the threats are changing. Our military leadership is urging us to adapt and improve readiness. Our most essential military asset is our people, as Councillor Fry has just spoken about. By passing this motion, we are ensuring that Devon County Council is doing everything in its power to support, value and stand alongside these people. Let us vote today to move beyond words, from silver to gold, and truly fulfil our covenant duty. I urge all members here to support this motion unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. So we'll go straight to the vote then. So all those in favour, please. Unanimous. Thank you very much. That's carried. So item number 19, One Door for Devon, support cost of living. The second new notice of motion is from Councillor Rogers, who has had to go, probably to go and buy us more sweets. So I believe that Councillor Carson is going to speak to the motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of order here. We've got 7 minutes left, I believe.
No, 18:52.
Okay.
So we have 20 minutes.
Oh,
is it? Oh, sorry, my clock's wrong. Technology.
So
yeah, we have 10 minutes, sorry.
Will that give us enough time to debate this properly? Because it's a very serious issue. So my proposal would be that we take it to Cabinet and it comes back and it's then debated at the earliest opportunity, which will give Councillor Rogers an opportunity to put his motion forward.
I can respond to that. I think it was Councillor Rogers' intention that it was referred to Cabinet. That was the conversation I had with him yesterday.
Right.
So he was more than happy for it to be, our standing orders are that it's referred to Cabinet. So if someone else wants to move it on his behalf and it be seconded, then it stands referred.
Okay, lovely. All right. Thank you. So I want to thank Councillor Rogers for proposing the motion, and sorry that he's had to leave to cash up his post office this evening. For those members who don't know Councillor Rogers, he is a highly respected postmaster based in Ashburton, covering out numerous rural areas. You will see that from his post office van that he often parks out on the cobbles. He received the British Empire Medal for services to communities and post offices, and certainly knows a thing about rural communities. He is very much on the front line of rural poverty. With the recent UK government budget once again indicating little support for our rural areas and preferring to focus on cities, I wholeheartedly support Councillor Rogers for his commitment working across this chamber for all our rural communities, and I'm delighted to propose this motion on his behalf. So just some salient points that in rural areas we're heavily reliant on alternative heating, fuel heating, such as oil, LPG and solid fuel, which there is no energy price gap. There is a heavy dependence on private vehicles, which, as we know, in the recent budget, that's going to have a significant impact. The long-standing rural residents must travel to access essential services, including doctors, shops, schools, employment and social care. Digital exclusion and digital poverty are another significant issue. These issues impact people across all age groups. So the new Cabinet Member for Rural Affairs and Broadband is a key appointment in recognising that these issues and developing the Council's response and approach. So with that, I will submit that motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's been seconded by Councillor Sellis?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, happy to second.
Okay, so that motion stands referred to Cabinet then. Thank you very much. Give me 2 seconds so we can just clarify, because we don't have much time left now for the last item. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Sorry, we were just clarifying what the options are there, and I was just very close to the microphone. Sorry to frighten you all. So item 20, safeguarding standards and oversight in public services. I'm just going to ask Dem Services to clarify, because we've obviously not got enough time to have the usual options that we'd normally have, Councillor Hill. So I'm going to come to Dem Services just to clarify where we stand, please.
Okay, so standing orders are that motions are automatically referred unless the council decides to otherwise. Obviously, there is not enough time to debate this motion today. The Chair outlined earlier that the Constitution is quite clear that it's a maximum of 2 hours to debate motions. So, I mean, obviously, you know, Councillor Hill might have a view, but rather than cut it off and bring it back to Council next time, is do that referral to Cabinet. Might be the most sensible, then at least work can start on the motion and it comes back for a fuller debate in February.
Would it be possible for this to come back to full council in February as the motion sits at the moment?
I'll second that.
I mean, I've got a short sort of little speech, and the reason for that is, firstly, a lot of people that should have a say on this have actually left the chamber today. We're not a full council at the moment, but this motion must be heard by full council because safeguarding
Can I just clarify something with Dem Services before, I don't want to interrupt you in a moment. Hold on a second.
Yeah, absolutely. So if Chair, now if you say that's the end, we're cutting off, we've run out of time, we won't move it and it will just come back as a motion on the agenda next time, that's perfectly fine.
So, Councillor Hill, we don't have the time to do your work justice, so you're happy for it to go to the next full council because you've run out of time?
Absolutely. Can I just say 30 seconds on it? I've got about 50 words that I'd just like to say.
If it's going to the next full council, then it's going to the next full council. If not, we have 2 minutes now.
Okay.
So if it's just going to the next full council, as I understand it, will be top on the list for the next full council, no submissions, because it got left out this time.
I understand that, but I also understand that a lot of people have spoken to me privately saying that they would much rather it was referred to Cabinet regardless. So I'd just like to make a short statement explaining why I think that it shouldn't go to Cabinet and why it should go to full council.
Let's take a point of order. Councillor Mitchell.
This is a tabled item that appears on the agenda. According to the Constitution, 2 hours was allowed for debate. It is then automatically deferred to Cabinet and it will come back at the next meeting as a motion with the commentary from Cabinet for us to debate at that time. Does the Constitution state that a member can withdraw an item on an agenda because time has run out and produce it as the first item at the next meeting? I just think we need clarification. I thought the procedure explained by the monitoring officer was straightforward, that the time had run out according to the standing orders. It is deferred to the Cabinet. Cabinet will bring it back at the next meeting. Then we've suddenly gone to the situation where it can be moved around, apparently. So could we have some clarification?
Thank you. Monitoring officer. Sorry, Dem Services.
Yeah, I wonder if I can help here. I appreciate Councillor Hill doesn't want it referred to Cabinet, although I think, as Councillor Mitchell has said, it should be referred to Cabinet. But because it's referred to Cabinet, it will still come back and your original motion will be on the order paper, as you've seen with motions here that have come forward. So your original motion will still come back to full council, even though it's referred to Cabinet. The only difference will be is that there will also be a set of recommendations from Cabinet with it. But I don't think you need to feel worried that because it's gone to Cabinet, you've suddenly lost the opportunity to debate it. Absolutely not. You will have that in the next full council. So rather than argue about whether it should be withdrawn or come back or whatever, my suggestion would be we stick to standing orders, we refer it to Cabinet, it will come back after that. And then you will have the opportunity to debate it in full, whether you agree with the Cabinet recommendations or not. You can then say you don't feel that that's how it should be and you would stick to your original recommendations as they are in the motion. I hope that allays some of your concerns.
Councillor Julian, do you have a point of order?
Yes, Chair. Being a farmer myself in an isolated area on the peninsula, it is vital that we do bring it back. And as the leader said to Councillor Brazil, as long as it's brought back as we see, and he might want to add a few bits, but as long as I can see what I've seen, I think it's necessary because it is a vital bit of to talk about. Thank you.
I'm not sure if that was a point of order. Councillor Hill?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I think that it is important that the full council, all councillors, doesn't get the opportunity to discuss this. So I'd be happy for it to come back in exactly the form that it is at the moment without any cabinet tampering.
Thank you. So due to lack of time, that's just getting referred to Cabinet. And that's it. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Have a good Christmas.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Merry Christmas.